Test. Going.
been more than a collection of islands. It is a nation shaped by the sea.
Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Sébastien Pilet, Principal Minister and Minister for Fisheries, Agriculture and Blue Economy, Mr. Wallace Cosgrove, Ministers, Ambassador and Head of the European Union Delegation to the Republic of Seychelles and Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Oscar Benedict, members of the Diplomatic Corps, Principal Secretaries, Chief Executive Officers, esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to the Seychelles Tuna Conference 2026, held under the theme, Securing the Future of Tuna in the Southwest Indian Ocean, Sustainability, Value Creation, and Ocean Stewardship. My name is Julie Barra, and I am honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony today. To begin our program and set the context of the discussion ahead, we invite you to direct your attention to a special visual presentation.
Surrounded by the vast waters of the Indian Ocean, Seychelles has always been more than a collection of islands. It is a nation shaped by the sea. For centuries, the ocean has provided food, livelihoods, and identity to its people. Long before modern vessels and international trade, the earliest settlers depended on subsistence fishing, casting hand lines from the shore, navigating lagoons by instinct, and harvesting turtles as a vital source of protein. By the late 18th century, fishing was not simply an activity, it was survival. Knowledge of tides, seasons, and marine life was passed down through generations, forming an unbroken bond between people and the ocean. As Seychelles evolved, so too did its relationship with the sea. This relationship transformed from tradition to strategy, and from tides to trade. By the mid-20th century, growing global interest in marine resources raised a crucial question for coastal nations. Who truly owns the sea? In 1969, under British administration, a fishing zone was declared around Seychelles. It was an early recognition of the importance of safeguarding marine resources. The defining moment came in the 1970s. As Seychelles moved toward independence, it also stepped onto the global stage, participating in international negotiations on maritime law under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Between 1974 and 1977, Seychelles asserted its sovereign rights over surrounding waters, culminating in the Maritime Zones Act of 1977. This landmark legislation formalized Seychelles' claim to an exclusive economic zone of more than 1.3 million square kilometers, one of the largest in the world relative to landmass. With this act, Seychelles secured more than territory. It secured opportunity, laying the legal foundation for fisheries development, management, and future blue economy ambitions. With legal rights secured, the next challenge was capability. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, Seychelles looked outward, forming strategic partnerships with experienced fishing nations such as France and Spain to explore the tuna resources of the Western Indian Ocean.
Initially, we were not quite sure exactly what was the best fishing method we should be using. The French scientists and experts thought that pole and line was the best one. But very soon after the boats came, they found out that the fishing was not very good.
My father, who was minister responsible for international cooperation, took a particular interest in the development of the tuna fishing industry. Despite many setbacks, many unexpected outcomes, he persevered. Nobody believed that you could fish tuna with nets. We discovered then that through scientific research, the preferred method and the most efficient method to develop this industry was not pole and line, which we had tried and had not worked because we had an issue with the supply of bait.
Seychellois officials and fishers travelled to Concarneau in France, gaining first-hand exposure to modern tuna fishing techniques, vessel operations and fleet management. This period was defined by experimentation and learning. The launch of L'Assomption, the first Seychellois pole and line tuna vessel, symbolised national ambition and an early step toward local participation in industrial fishing. Scientific research missions followed, supported by vessels such as Ile de Saint and Yves de Kerguelen, helping to map tuna stocks, migration routes, and fishing potential. These early efforts revealed both promise and limitation, underscoring the need for strong institutions, appropriate infrastructure, and long-term investment.
One of the key inputs to pole and line fishing is a source of live bait. And some countries can predict quite accurately where they can get that live bait from at any particular time of the year. Seychelles has always had troubles identifying where a reliable source of live bait would be, although we have done various studies over the years to look at that again. The other thing that Seychelles has that's relatively unique is that we sit in the center of a large plateau. And to get to an area where you can fish tuna, i.e. the deeper waters, you do have to travel a long distance to reach that deep water. Whereas countries, for example, such as the Maldives, that they have atolls, and that deep water is much closer to shore. So the pole and line vessels can stay quite close to the shore, and they don't have those costs that we have here.
But fortunately, there was a lot of determination and trust in the industry. A good cooperation. We had Dr. Ferrari, who was really pushing. There was some of the French ship owners who believed in the industry, and gradually they brought in the purse seiners.
What was more successful at the time was our early experiments, again with our French, Spanish colleagues in purse seine fishing, which showed high potential for really maximizing the opportunity that Seychelles had, particularly from skipjack and to a less extent yellowfin tuna resources in our waters. So that then became the strategic direction that Seychelles followed for developing its tuna resources.
It was a big risk, but they took the risk, and there was this good cooperation, and that really helped, because the boats could have gone somewhere else in the Indian Ocean, because there are other ports. There was Madagascar, you have Kenya, but there was a combination of lots of factors that really helped the industry to develop, despite even though there were massive problems initially.
Recognizing that sustainable fisheries required governance as much as gear, Seychelles moved to strengthen its institutional framework. In August 1984, the Seychelles Fishing Authority, until 2024, when it changed to Seychelles Fisheries Authority, was established, mandated to manage fisheries resources, support industry development, and ensure sustainability.
In 1984, when the boats came to Seychelles, government had to build the necessary infrastructure, because even this infrastructure did not exist. Like the quays were not exactly well equipped for purse seiners. It was not deep enough. There was not enough land. And this gradually brought in other industries. What's important is that it's all the services that's linked to the tuna industry that makes a big difference.
Around the same time, bilateral fishing agreements with Spain and the European Community increased licensed fishing activity in Seychelles waters, generating revenue, employment, and international partnerships.
It's one thing to get licenses from the purse seiners, but it's another thing to get all the other benefits. Benefits like bunkering, benefits like stevedoring, the supply of food and spare parts and repairs.
A major transformation followed in 1987 with the opening of the Indian Ocean Tuna Canning Factory, which was called Conserveries de l'Océan Indien, COI, when founded until 1995, when it changed name. This facility reshaped the fisheries landscape. It created thousands of jobs, anchored Seychelles as a regional tuna hub, and linked local waters directly to global markets. For the first time, significant value was added locally. Fish became exports, and opportunity became economic growth.
More cargo vessels can come because the canning factory has to export containers, full containers. They have to import containers, and this creates a lot of movement and makes the cost of living less. And all this is really what creates the wealth.
As fishing activity expanded through the late 1970s and 1980s, Seychelles entered a period defined less by ambition and more by evaluation. Experimental tuna fishing campaigns conducted with foreign fleets alongside Seychellois operations tested what was technically and economically possible within the country's vast, exclusive economic zone. These trials deepened understanding of offshore tuna resources while also revealing the limits faced by a small island state entering capital-intensive industrial fisheries. At the same time, Seychelles invested in knowledge and control. Monitoring, surveillance, and scientific collaboration during exploratory campaigns reinforced the importance of data, compliance, and evidence-based management.
Seychelles is always more central to where they're fishing than any other port in the region. So that gave us an enormous strategic advantage because, of course, fishing is expensive with these large vessels and the cost of fuel is very high. So having the fish and the fishing opportunity so close to Port Victoria was, if you like, the first building block for establishing Port Victoria as the regional hub. But of course, Seychelles has been in partnership with the purse seine fishery since its very beginning 40 years ago. And Seychelles has invested significantly in making sure that Port Victoria offers the best possible service to that fishing fleet, to make sure that when those vessels come to port, we can provide all the services they need. We can turn the vessel around quick enough that it can go back out fishing. So the services that Seychelles provides are highly competitive and in many cases more competitive than any other port in the region. That has provided opportunities for many private sector investors who provide those services. So the fishing activity at sea generates lots of multiplier effect for the economy in all the services that are provided to that fishery. Seychelles has positioned itself through its geography, but it's also positioned itself in being the main service provider. The factory, of course, plays a very important role as well, because it means there's an opportunity as well for the fleet to land fish here. Of course, that's a competitive process. It's based on the price that's offered and the amount of fish that's needed by the factory. And what we see is that around between 20% up to about a third of the catch can be landed here, depending on the year. And I think how it's sometimes useful to look at it is that the Indian Ocean tropical tuna fishery is in the top 5 most valuable fisheries globally, and Seychelles has positioned itself as the main service provider to that fishery, as well as extracting benefits from resource rent.
This role was later reinforced when Seychelles became host to the headquarters of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. External pressures, tested the sector's resilience.
It was not easy at all for Seychelles to host the IUTC. There was a lot of competition from countries like Sri Lanka, and it was a very difficult battle, really, to get the IUTC in Seychelles. But eventually, we had it here, and we had it here because not only we had the Purse sailing fleet based in Seychelles, but also because Seychelles had, over the years, since the start of the fishery, collected a lot of scientific data, and we had a very good database, and we had scientists based here, so that encouraged us to, encourage other countries to vote for Seychelles to have the headquarters here.
Coral bleaching events highlighted climate vulnerability. Piracy disrupted fishing operations and trade routes, and concerns over tuna stock sustainability drove stronger regional management and rebuilding measures.
What we've seen in IOTC in recent decade is that first the yellowfin was fished at levels around 2014. It was found to be fished at levels beyond those targets. So there was concerted action by member states of IOTC to reduce their fishing pressure, to bring the yellowfin stock back to where we want it to be, the sustainable target level. That's been successful. In parallel to that, in more recent times, the big eye stock was also found to be subject to too much fishing pressure, and the stock was overfished. Again, through measures that have been introduced, there is now an opportunity to bring that stock back to sustainable levels. And what we've seen in the most recent assessment for big eye is the stock is definitely on that path to recovery. So it's still overfished, but fishing pressure is coming down, which should bring the stock back to sustainable levels in the coming years, providing that everybody sticks to the catch limits they've been given for that stock. There are always challenges in managing a regional fishery, and this is obviously tasked to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission that has 32 member states, both comprising coastal states in the Indian Ocean, as well as distant water fishing nations. And there are always challenges in meeting the sustainability objectives that commission has, as well as and balancing that with the socioeconomic objectives that member states have. What I would say is that generally on some of the key management measures that we've implemented for tropical tunas in recent years, such as the harvest strategies, which are a core component of fisheries management in this time, the Commission has been largely in agreement on that scientific-based approach to fisheries management. So that provides us a very strong foundation going forward.
Seychelles continued to adapt, strengthening its systems and reinforcing its reputation as a responsible and reliable partner in the global seafood industry.
The local component of the tuna industry is very, very important. We have today what we term as the semi-industrial sector, which is basically local owned fishing fleets that fishes mainly tuna and other pelagics. And they target basically the higher end of the market locally, but as well as the international markets in Europe and Asia as well. So this industry, this fishery, is one which is very important for us to develop the local tuna sector.
At the moment, we have about 60 semi-industrial longliners, and there is potential to improve the quality of the fish. The big difference between the purse seiners and the semi-industrial longliners is that these vessels are fully Seychellois owned. When we started, we were not focusing on tuna as such. We were focusing more on swordfish. And it's over the years that there's been a change in strategy.
So the government is very much engaged with both the industrial tuna sector as well as with the semi-industrial sector, because we feel they both have their place within the economy and the growth of the economy. And one of the strategy is to have an area where we could lease to local entrepreneurs for value addition, specifically value addition within the industry, and allowing local entrepreneurs to use the tuna that lands in our ports to process them and to add value to them and to either use it locally or export to international markets. I think the value addition for us is the next step towards the development of the tuna sector. It will create more job opportunities, more economic activities, and in the process create more growth, which will bring wealth for the country. So the next step, the next frontier, if I may put it like this, will be a value addition to various different levels that would mostly be done by the Seychelles investors.
Like recently, we have the cold storage facilities. And this is a fantastic industry because it does not only create more wealth, but it diversifies the sector. You have canning, which initially was there in the 80s. And then now you have the tuna is landed, the tuna is sorted out, the tuna is exported in containers, and also will be transformed into other products like the bycatch, which before the bycatch was just simply was a problem. Really was just most of it was thrown away. Now much of the bycatch or most of the bycatch is consumed, is transformed, is re-exported. So this creates a lot of wealth, which perhaps we are not fully aware of because it's not as visible as tourism is. Boats can move, the tuna moves, and this industry has got to be profitable, and we have to make the best of it. So it has to be a win-win situation, both for Seychelles, for Seychellois, and for the investors.
To conclude, I think the sector is one which is very promising and has the ability to generate additional revenue for the economy. In fact, it has the ability to create a lot of wealth, a lot of opportunities for Seychelles and for the people of Seychelles. But we have to invest more energy, time, and resources to allow the sector to flourish and to have the opportunity that it deserves.
Through each phase, experimentation, disruption, and reform, Seychelles steadily evolved its approach. What began as an ambition to participate in tuna fishing has transformed into a position of leadership in tuna governance. Today, Seychelles stands not only as a hub for tuna trade and processing, but as an active contributor to shaping the future of sustainable tuna management in the Indian Ocean.
Thank you for that inspiring introduction. It is now my distinct pleasure to extend a warm and sincere welcome to each and every one of you to this important event. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to safeguard tuna resources while strengthening the economic value and promoting responsible ocean stewardship. To formally open our conference, it is my honor to invite His Excellency, Mr. Oscar Benedict, Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of Seychelles, to deliver his welcoming remarks.
Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Sébastien Pillet, Principal Minister and Minister for Fisheries, Agriculture and the Blue Economy, Mr. Wallace Cosgrove, Ministers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. And first of all, let me tell you it's a great pleasure and honor to be here at the opening of this tuna conference. And I wish to thank the government of the Republic of Seychelles for its leadership in convening this gathering, and a gathering that could not be more timely. I also would like to say thank you for the film. It's really a very, very nice film, tracing the historic development of the tuna industry here, and also tracing the way to the future. And this is very important for us as well, because we have been a long-standing partner of Seychelles, and we will continue to do so, that I can promise you today. The theme you have chosen, sustainability, value creation, and stewardship, is not just a conference agenda. It's a roadmap. And I want to tell you again today, clearly and concretely, that the European Union stands with you on every step of that journey. Stewardship. What does it mean, steward? What is a steward? Actually, that's someone who manages, who guides, but who also cares and preserves. And I think it came out in the film well that you have to care and preserve the resources that you live on and that you exploit. And let me begin with a foundational commitment. The European Union believes that sustainable fisheries must be science-led. This is not rhetoric. At the most recent annual meeting of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission held in La Réunion in April 2025, the EU played a central role in reaching a historic agreement. For the very first time, all three major tropical tuna species, yellowfin, big eye, and skipjack, have now binding catch limits in the Indian Ocean. This was a landmark moment for this ocean. Catch limits grounded in science, applied consistently by everyone, are the single most powerful tool we have to ensure that tuna stocks remain productive for future generations. We also welcome the positive news on the yellowfin tuna that we heard, that the stock is recovering. And this is, of course, not accidental. It's a direct result of the rebuilding plan adopted in 2021, to which the EU has been the most significant contributor, having substantially reduced its own catches over 5 consecutive years. This is what actually responsible stewardship looks like. Not declarations, not accusations of others, but decisions also for oneself, difficult ones. The European Union, ladies and gentlemen, became a contracting party to the IOTC in 1995. So that's quite some time ago. And since then, we have been one of the 3 largest fishing fleets for tropical tuna in this region. And with that scale, of course, comes the proportionate responsibility. At the 2025 IOTC annual meeting, the EU co-sponsored key proposals on big eye tuna management, pushed for stronger governance on transshipment at sea, and called for enhanced vessel monitoring systems to reinforce transparency across the fleet. We also advocated for minimum crew labor standards, because sustainable fisheries must be socially sustainable too. Through the Sustainable Western Indian Ocean Programme, it's a support programme, SWIOP, the EU has dedicated a specific component to strengthen the IOTC secretariat capacity here in Seychelles, recognizing that the Commission's effectiveness depends not only on political will, but also on institutional muscle. I would like also to welcome, by the way, here today the representatives of the European Fisheries Control Agency, who will be later on the panel. So, more broadly, the EU has built a network of 3 sustainable fisheries partnership agreements in this region alone, with Seychelles, with Mauritius, and with Madagascar. These agreements, ladies and gentlemen, set a benchmark for responsible fisheries management. They allow EU vessels indeed to fish in partner countries' waters while promoting fair rules, scientific oversight, and community empowerment. And they only target surplus fish stocks, using the best available scientific advice. Allow me a special word about Seychelles. The EU-Seychelles Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement dates back to 1987. Nearly 4 decades of uninterrupted cooperation. I think this longevity speaks for itself. On 1st April 2026, just 4 weeks ago, Negotiations for a new implementing protocol were concluded, and I would like to thank Mr. Cosgrove for this achievement. The new 4-year protocol provides for a financial contribution of 5.75 million euros per year, of which 3 million euros per year is specifically dedicated to supporting Seychelles' efforts in sustainable fisheries and maritime policy. This increase, compared to the previous protocol, is not accidental. It's a deliberate signal of the European Union's confidence in this partnership and of our shared commitment to ensuring that access to Seychelles waters continues to be matched by meaningful, tangible investment in Seychelles' capacity to manage those waters sustainably. And I'm also was very interested to hear about your plans, so it would be a great pleasure to have a bit more discussion on this and how we can work together. Okay, the principles underlying our sectoral support remain unchanged and indeed strengthened. The new protocol reaffirms the EU's support for marine scientific research and underwater ecosystem conservation. Secondly, food security. And thirdly, the meaningful participation of fishing communities and stakeholders in benefit of sharing the fisheries sector. And finally, fisheries monitoring, control and surveillance, strengthening Seychelles' capacity to detect and deter illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in its exclusive economic zone. Also something that is very, very important. This is a partnership that looks forward, and it's a partnership that learns 40 years of implementation, that listens to the concerns of local fishing communities, and that seeks continuously to improve. And we're looking forward in cooperating with you in this. Vice President, Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, the future of the ocean must be built on a diversified, inclusive and resilient blue economy. Not only fisheries, blue economy. And we heard about this development of further industries. That's why we launched the SWIOP, Sustainable Western Indian Ocean Programme, a 58 million euro program covering the period 2026 to 2030, is designed to strengthen ocean governance. It supports international agreements, including the landmark BBNJ agreement, strengthens regional institutions, and catalyzes investment in sustainable blue economy enterprises, with a dedicated component to develop an investment pipeline, mobilize capital, and strengthen maritime labor market to international standards across the region. So again, here we have ample opportunities for further cooperation. It's not a top-down program delivered from Brussels. It's a regional program implemented with and for countries like Seychelles and coordinated at the regional level in close partnership with regional bodies. It is the EU's long-term commitment to this ocean in concrete form. Finally, let me close again with the word that gives the conference its direction: stewardship. Stewardship is not the prerogative of a single nation or institution. In the Indian Ocean, it's a collective endeavor, one that requires science, governance, investment, and, crucially, trust. Both the EU and Seychelles have reiterated their commitment to the sustainable management of the oceans, in particular in the framework of the IOTC and through the EU-Seychelles Fisheries Partnership Agreement. The tuna of the ocean, in reality, does not belong to any flag. They belong to the people. They belong to the future. Let us all jointly preserve the tuna, treasure of the ocean, for the future generations by, at the same time, profiting from its beauty and wealth. Thank you very much, and I wish this conference every success and look forward to the conversations ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador, for your remarks. With that, we now turn to the official opening of the conference. It is my pleasure to invite Mr. Wallace Cosgrove, Principal Minister and Minister for Fisheries, Agriculture and Blue Economy, to deliver his opening address.
Vice President of the Republic of Seychelles, Mr. Sébastien Pillet, colleague ministers, Ambassador and Head of the European Union Delegation to the Republic of Seychelles and Mauritius, His Excellency Mr. Oscar Benedict, our esteemed partners, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this year's edition of the Seychelles Tuna Conference, being held under the theme, Securing the Future of Tuna in the Southwestern Indian Ocean, Sustainability, Value Creation, and Ocean Stewardship. This theme highlights the Southwestern Indian Ocean as a region of strategic importance for global tuna resources and underscores our shared responsibility to ensure their long-term sustainability. Tuna is not only a resource for our region, it is a cornerstone of our livelihoods, trade, and food security. In Seychelles, tuna fisheries contribute significantly to our economy, supporting employment across the value chain. Tuna exports account for more than half of our fisheries exports. This is reflected in our well-established lending and processing facilities and associated services in Port Victoria, one of the busiest tuna ports in the Indian Ocean. It serves as a critical hub for lending, processing, and transshipment of tuna, linking our region to global markets. As both a coastal state and a key hub in the global tuna value chain, Seychelles recognizes its responsibility not only to manage resources within its waters, but also to contribute meaningfully to regional and international efforts aimed at ensuring the sustainability and equitable use of tuna resources. However, given its significance, we remain vigilant in safeguarding this resource. Climate variability, shifting stock dynamics, and increasing pressures on marine ecosystems require us to continue relying on science-based management and adaptive decision-making. Ensuring that tuna stocks remain healthy and resilient is both a national and a regional priority. The critical role of this sector calls for sustained attention and strengthened collaboration. In this regard, I wish to acknowledge the continued support and engagement of our regional and international partners, including regional fisheries management organizations, development partners, industry stakeholders, and the scientific community, whose collective efforts remain essential in advancing sustainable fisheries governance. This conference provides an important platform to explore key priorities shaping the future of the tuna sector in our region, from strengthening the scientific foundation of stock management and building climate resilience to enhancing governance, transparency, and accountability across the tuna economy. It will also examine opportunities to increase economic value and drive industry transformation, while reinforcing our region's active engagement in global discussions on ocean governance and biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. The significance of value addition continues to grow. Innovation and strategic investment will be essential to ensuring that coastal states capture a greater share of the economic value generated from tuna fisheries. In Seychelles, efforts are ongoing to strengthen processing capacity, support industry development, and encourage greater youth participation in the sector. Increased local participation across the value chain should be central to our vision for the sector, ensuring sustainability of the resource, wealth creation, as well as economic growth for the country. Continued cooperation across the value chain, both locally and regionally, will be critical to advancing these priorities effectively through coordination, partnerships, and shared understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, securing the future of tuna requires partnership, trust, and a shared vision. This conference provides a valuable opportunity not only to exchange perspectives, but to shape clear and actionable pathways forward. Let us use this moment to ensure that tuna resources continue to deliver lasting benefits for our economies, our communities, and future generations. I thank you and wish you fruitful deliberations.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for those inspiring remarks. We will now proceed with the official family photo. May I kindly invite all our distinguished guests and participants to follow the guidance of our ushers to the designated photo area. We will resume the program shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, we now begin our first session. This session focuses on science, stock, and climate resilience, a critical foundation for securing the future of tuna in the Southwest Indian Ocean. As highly migratory species, tuna requires strong scientific understanding, adaptive management, and coordinated regional action to respond effectively to climate change while ensuring long-term sustainability. To begin, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Jan Robinson, Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Fisheries Authority, to deliver the opening presentation.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Ambassador, all protocols observed. Is it going to come up on here? Or, hang on. Maybe not. Okay, I was apparently second choice to do this presentation. So if you've got any difficult questions, there will be a panel of experts coming in a minute. You can save it for those guys. Okay, thank you very much. So I've been tasked with opening the conference today with a focus on science, stocks, and climate resilience. Okay, I'm going to give a brief overview of stock status, although as you will have seen in the video before, and also interventions made by Ambassador and Minister, we've already touched on that this morning, but particularly then looking at stock assessment, fisheries management, and development policy through the lens of climate resilience. So in terms of stock status, as you will have heard this morning, we seem to be on the right pathway. There has been improvement in all three major tropical tuna stocks in recent years, and indeed in other stocks as well. Just as a summary, in terms of the current status of assessed stocks by IOTC, as you can see in the top, where are the tropical tuna target species of importance to Seychelles, yellowfin, skipjack, and big eye, we are seeing a marked improvement in status in recent years. This has been through the rebuilding plans that have been in place, particularly for yellowfin, where all major yellowfin harvesters have had to adhere to catch limits, and I'm glad to say that in the context of both EU, Seychelles, and the major purse seine fishing countries, we all managed to stay within the catch limits and contribute significantly to the rebuilding of that stock. As I also mentioned this morning in the video, the big eye tuna stock was also overfished and subject to overfishing. It's now not subject to overfishing. It seems to be on the recovery pathway, and of course now for all three tropical tunas there are catch limits in place, which is a major step forward for this ocean. In terms of other stocks of importance to Seychelles, including swordfish, the marlins, it's a bit more of a mixed bag in terms of stock status. Particularly the striped marlin and the blue marlin have been in particular difficulties for quite a long time now. Then you come down to the neritic tunas and the sharks. And just to highlight there, again, it's a mixed bag in terms of status there. Some are sustainable, some are not so sustainable. As we move to how we are now managing tuna in the Indian Ocean, we are slowly bringing through best practice in fisheries management, which is to manage these fisheries through management procedures. We have seen in recent years slowly these management procedures coming in, with the one major management procedure for yellowfin hopefully to come in the coming year. So that would bring all tropical tunas under what is considered best practice for managing tuna, or indeed any other fish species, which is management procedures. For the other stocks, we have interim reference points, and in some cases, of course, we have still catch limits,
and we have management measures in place. Of course, for the other species, such as the marlins, and for the sharks, and for the neritic tunas, this is going to take time. The data and the information and the science on these stocks is not as well advanced as it is for the main target species. So that's where we are in terms of management procedures. Moving on to how climate change is addressed in how we assess stocks. At the moment, oceanographic and environmental variables are not routinely incorporated in stock assessment. We have seen over the years in IOTC and also outside of that in scientific literature, a great deal of research on how environmental factors related to climate are impacting on tuna behavior or on fisheries. However, as yet, those climate-related factors, if you like, are not routinely incorporated in stock assessment. However, we are using research to interpret stock assessment findings, and it's very useful in doing so. An example given here is where we're looking at how chlorophyll is affecting recruitment. In this case, I think it's on skipjack, and how that chlorophyll relates to oscillations such as the Indian Ocean dipole, which is an important cause of climate variability in the Indian Ocean. So at the moment, it's not that we have these climate factors well integrated into the stock assessment. Not changing. There are many complexities in doing so. There has been some progress in many parts of the world, particularly in the Pacific, at developing ecosystem models. So this is where you are accounting for not just the target species that you are managing, but you are building into that model all of the environmental data that you can around that. That can include things like temperature and currents and primary production, but you're also building in trophic dynamics, both for the prey species of the tuna and other relationships, but also your forcing of that ecosystem through fishing or through carbon dioxide emissions, for example. These models are notoriously difficult to put together. An example here from the Pacific has been in development, I think, for 30 years. It's well advanced, but it's still not used to set management advice in the Pacific. One of the key issues with these type of models is really understanding the thresholds at which various environmental variables will trigger responses in the ecological components of the model. So this is something which is a lot of work. It takes a long time to build such models, but the Pacific are further ahead than the Indian Ocean. In terms of the kind of tools that we will need to better understand how tuna ecology relates to climate factors, I'm giving one example here of a digital ocean atlas that was developed for Seychelles, both by SFA and colleagues from IRD, such as Francis Marsac. These sort of atlases are very useful in stimulating research into understanding tuna ecology and fisheries in the context of environmental variables. This Seychelles Digital Ocean Atlas is available online. It is being further developed, and it is being expanded to form the Indian Ocean Digital Atlas. So these are the sort of tools that scientists will need moving forward to better understand how environmental conditions or changes pertain to tuna ecology and fisheries. Another important step forward was the adoption by IOTC of a resolution last year to really put the focus on how does IOTC start to address the need for building climate resilience into its management strategy, into its stock assessment, and so on. So some of the things that the resolution is calling for now is to make sure that we have the right information to inform conservation and management measures, to ensure that we're doing further research on the impacts of climate change and mitigation measures, that we look always to the impacts of climate on small island developing states or least developing states, that we always are looking at the socio-economic impacts of climate change, not just the biological aspects of it, that we look for funding for science and capacity building, that we include climate as an agenda item in major IOTC meetings. And we also look at how hosting all of these various meetings by the IOTC Secretariat itself can contribute, obviously, emissions, and how we may seek to reduce those emissions in the way we conduct our business. So, and the last one, perhaps the most important one, is to ensure that the scientific committee is tasked with informing the Commission on working out the best way to inform the Commission with climate-related advice. Okay, let's turn now quickly to management. So, as we mentioned in the first few slides, the key tool that has been developed over recent years for managing these fisheries is management procedures. We've made good progress in implementing those with, as I said, only yellowfin, the last of the tropical tunas to be done. It's not easy to do this, but the consequences of not doing it is that our projections of what's happening with stocks in relation to management actions are obviously not informed by climate change or variability if we're not incorporating that into this management procedure. There are, of course, if over time climate change is going to force a redistribution, spatial distribution of stocks, this would need to be accounted for in management procedures as well. Or if there are changes in productivity in certain areas and so on. It's difficult to design spatially explicit management measures or fishery-specific management measures that are confined to certain areas if we don't understand what's going on with climate in these management procedures. And of course, there are socio-economic impacts on developing states and SIDS if these management procedures are not sensitive to what's happening with climate change. Across RFMOs, there is a lot of conversation and study about how we best incorporate climate change and variability into these management procedures. One of the key tools that scientists use to understand if management procedures are achieving their objectives, whether they are robust to uncertainty, is management strategy evaluation. And this is going to be too technical to discuss here. You have an expert panel in a minute. You can ask all about these things, but IOTC is moving forward with this management strategy evaluation, as are most RFMOs, and at the moment it's working out where best in that management strategy evaluation to put the climate triggers, the climate variables, and so on. So this is ongoing work. Finally, turning to how climate change impacts on development policy, I think this is important for countries like Seychelles to obviously start planning how we're going to respond. So there's been numerous studies, both globally and in different ocean basins, looking at how climate change will impact on distributions of tuna or other fishery species, how it will lead to changes in fishing opportunities and so on. I think what we understand from previous studies and more recent ones, as I'm showing here, is the impacts of climate change will not happen equally in all areas. It's quite dynamic. It's going to be quite a heterogeneous effect. For example, in this particular study, looking at low emission scenarios and high emission scenarios in the bottom panel, and many models seem to suggest this, you get a much stronger upwelling off Somalia, which would lead to improved catch potential of Somalia. You get in this model, across the eastern equatorial regions, you also get an enhancement of biomass in this particular model. But as I say, there are many of these type of models. Some have similar outcomes and findings, but there are some subtle differences. But I think the important thing from this one is that it shows that these changes are going to be very heterogeneous and complex. But of course, if you're a country like Seychelles that derives most of its benefits from tuna from giving access for distant water fishing to come in and access their quota in your EEZ, you might want to rethink over the longer term what your development policy will be to derive other benefits from the tuna rather than just relying on access if access does indeed change due to these climate factors. Of course, that's on timescales starting in 2050, going on to 2100. Right now, we're dealing with real problems, and there's another one coming. We have right now, for example, the impacts of the crisis in the Middle East. We know that this is impacting quite heavily on our operators now. This, of course, coming in the Pacific right now, the formation of what they're calling a super El Nino is the next, or the most immediate concern, let's say, and poses the greatest risk to Seychelles tuna economy in the short to medium term. Just as a reminder, it's always very good doing presentation because you get to put your own work up there and highlight it, but this was the first study in 2010 to really look at or quantify the impacts of climate variability on Seychelles economy. And the Super El Nino in 1998 had huge effects on Seychelles economy. The purse seiners went east looking for the fish. They were not using Port Victoria. Landings and transshipment dropped significantly. It left a 34% deficit in Seychelles economy. Of course, you know, it returned the next year, but in the short term, this is what Seychelles had to deal with. So if you're now combining a Super El Nino with the higher fuel prices caused by the Middle East, you're entering some very worrying territory. And I'll perhaps leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Robinson, for that insightful presentation. To complement this presentation, we now invite you to direct your attention to the screen for a short visual segment.
The ocean sustains life, livelihoods, and economies across the world. In the Western Indian Ocean, tuna is more than a resource. It is a cornerstone of food security, employment, and regional development. But the ocean is changing. Climate change is altering sea temperatures, currents, and ecosystems. These shifts affect where tuna travel, how they reproduce, and how sustainable our fisheries can remain. Understanding these changes requires science. From satellite data to stock assessments, researchers and scientists are working to better understand tuna populations, how they move, how they grow, and how they respond to environmental change. But science alone is not enough. Effective fisheries management depends on accurate data, regional cooperation, and the ability to adapt to a rapidly changing ocean. As climate pressures increase, building resilience into tuna fisheries becomes more critical than ever. How do we ensure tuna stocks remain healthy for generations to come? How do we adapt management systems to shifting ecosystems? Today's panel brings together experts in science, fisheries management, and climate research to explore these questions. Together, they will examine how scientific knowledge can guide sustainable fisheries and strengthen resilience in a changing ocean.
We now move to our panel discussion, moderated by Dr. Ami Ibrahim, an expert in marine conservation and fisheries. I also invite our panelists to join him on stage.
Hey, good morning, everyone. My name is Genevieve Phillips. I'm the Stock Assessment Scientist at the IOTC, based here in Seychelles. Thanks for that difficult question to start us out. Yes, so as Emir said, the yellowfin tuna stock assessment that was done in 2024 recently moved the stock back into the green Kobe quadrant. And a lot of this was underpinned by the CPUE, standardized CPUE index. So because there were quite a lot of concerns around this, last year the CPUE index was revisited by the three nations that work on that together. And that was presented at the Working Party of Tropical Tunas in October. And that party was happy that the improvements done to the index, because there was some issues that had been identified, and yeah, the team worked on that to improve the index, and that was then endorsed by the Working Party of Tropical Tuna, and the assessment was run intersessionally with that new index, and we got the same green COBE result. So that went to the scientific committee at the end of 2025. So we are confident now that that assessment is the best that it can be, and it will be fully rerun in 2027 again to make sure that we're still on the right track. Again, with Big Eye, that was done last year, a story of moving from red back towards green through yellow. That's like a sign of a stock that is recovering from overfishing. So that, and then whether these are model artifacts or whether these are, really signs of recovering fisheries, all that is based on the quality of the information that we get. We're doing the best job that we can. They're the best assessment models that we can use. They're kind of the gold standard in fisheries. In terms of safeguarding against overfishing, because the stocks are moving, at least in the assessment, towards better status. We have, as Jan pointed out, we have management procedures in place. Yellowfin, we're working towards that with we use this management strategy evaluation to get towards these management procedures, which set catch limits in place, and they tell us at what point we might want to increase or decrease the catch limits. So that's all kind of, that is then decoupled from the assessment. So once we, so for Big Eye, we have a catch limit in place, and even if the assessment, changes dramatically, we have these catch limits in place that are bound by all sorts of uncertainty. So we're trying to incorporate as much uncertainty as possible into them to avoid overfishing.
Now, thanks. Good morning to everyone. I am Alex. I am Alex Salgado. I am coming from Spain, from NASTI. I work in NASTI. It's a Spanish research center, okay? The FATs have, transformed the efficiency of the tropical tuna fisheries. And this transformation has encouraged to the scientific committee to re-examine the indicators to assess the stock status. So the FATS aggregates fish, and with the instrumented buoys, we can obtain timely biomass presence. So as a result, increasingly CPUs reflects the ability of the fleet to operate selectively and efficiently, rather than changes in stock abundance alone. And this is a challenge. This is a challenge to work on it. And for NASTI, working with always working closely with the industry and management bodies, has contributed to development of buoy-derived acoustic indices, such as we call BAE. It's a buoy acoustic index, okay, now developed in all tropical oceans. These indices, they get information from ecosonder data and generate fisheries independent abundance signals. Yeah? So that are really, really important for species, juvenile species that are related with drifting fats, like a skipjack, yellowfin, or big-eyed tunas. So these BAE indices do not replace the CPUs, but add a valuable context that helps to improve the stock assessments, okay? And so overall, what ASTIS highlights is that the modern tuna fisheries now already they are generating the data needed to improve the assessments. The poor center fisheries operate with a high, with an observer coverage higher than other fleets, and well above also with the IOTC minimum requirements. That means that, for example, the bycatch impacts are really well quantified and are transparent. Okay, so this data has already also support the implementation of new regulatory measures like non-entangling fats and voluntary. The fleet initiatives are also the protocols like best practices for ETPs, species release and safe, handling and safe release. So I think the collaboration between the scientists, the industry, and the managers is essential, no, for the next years to have a transparency, long-term economic viability, and of course sustainability.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
So my next question is for Delphine. The EU has consistently championed science-based management and precautionary approaches in its external fisheries policy. In the Indian Ocean, where climate variability, ecosystem change, and fishing pressure are increasingly intersecting, how does the EU ensure that its partnership agreements and fleet operations remain genuinely aligned with the best available scientific advice, particularly where scientific uncertainty and competing socioeconomic pressures may point in different directions?
Thank you, Amir. Good morning, everyone. So I'm Delphine Goguet, Fisheries Attaché for the European Union in Mauritius and for Seychelles Tuna and regional cooperation in fisheries. Thank you for this question because it goes to the heart of what a sustainable fisheries governance should be based in practically and not only in principle. But first, let's start by the principle because the European fisheries governance is based on a framework, which is the common fisheries policy. And this common fisheries policy is based on two non-negotiable requirements and legal foundations, which is the scientific-based advice and the precautionary approach. So this is not only a political objective, it's really a legal foundation for our actions and the actions of the activities of our fleet. So how is it put in practice in the Indian Ocean? First, we base our work on multilateralism, on RFMOs, and especially on IOTC. As you may know, the European Union is among the main contributors to the scientific work of the IOTC, either with its scientists or with its financial contribution. So we contribute to data collection, stock assessments, transparency requirements of the organization, and also the compliance reviews. So this is for the scientific part, but we are also aware that this part doesn't go without caring about the human beings and socioeconomic benefits and transparency. So we know it's challenging and sometimes conflicting, but we have to find a balance in that. And this is why multilateralism is a good way to share the responsibility and the burden of this common work and for the conservation of the common marine resources. So that's the first tool we have. And of course, we have our SFPAs, the Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreements. We have 3 in the Indian Ocean, with Seychelles, with Mauritius, and Madagascar. And we are legally bound in these agreements to set our activities on science, on science-based advice. So in the case of Seychelles, but in the case of the 3 ones, this is also based on the IOTC work. And there is an operational clause in our agreements. If the stocks decrease, we will have a special meeting and decide how to adapt our fishing effort to the last evaluations of IOTC. But we are aware that there is still some uncertainty in science advice, as we saw with the different presentation, and the one from Jan Robinson is that with climate change effects, it's not as reliable as we would like to, but at the same time, we know that the socioeconomic requirements would not change because of climate change, or even be more important. So that's why we try to, in this case, we remain to our second big value is the conservation and the precautionary principle. And so conservation, again, is what we are all doing together within the IOTC, in the different partnerships we have with different countries. And an example is that we also, in these partnerships, finance some research, especially with Seychelles, and we have tomorrow a scientific symposium dealing with the different species we have to focus on in the region, and we really support this. So that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delphine. So my next question is for Danielle from SFA. Seychelles has made significant strides in ocean governance, from the Marine Spatial Plan to its broader blue economy architecture. Yet, there is a persistent perception among some artisanal and semi-industrial fishing communities that the benefits and obligations of these frameworks are not always evenly shared. How does SFA ensure that tuna sustainability measures are implemented in ways that genuinely support inclusive socioeconomic outcomes for Seychellois fishers, and not just conservation and industrial access objectives?
Thank you, Ami, for the question. Good morning, everyone. My name is Danielle Jupiter, and I'm from the Seychelles Fisheries Authority in the Fisheries Resource Department. So, Seychelles is a small island developing state, as you all know, and we cannot afford to be left behind in ocean governance. But equally, we cannot afford to leave our people behind as well. So our approach is clear: protect the ocean while safeguarding livelihoods. So under the MSP, our EEZ is clearly zoned. Yes, we have strict conservation areas under the Zone 1, but these are limited and strategic. So we are conserving biodiversity in areas like the Aldabra Atoll, but importantly, fishing activities continues in the Zone 2 and Zone 3 areas under sustainable management plans. With these areas, access is structured to prioritize artisanal and semi-industrial fishers, with distant water fleets, which faces restriction in these areas, such as the area around the Mahe Plateau and in some areas in the Zone 2. So for me, the notion that benefits and obligation are not evenly shared is not entirely accurate. Access is being managed more deliberately in favor of national interest. So in the tuna sector, this is reinforced through Seychelles' first national tuna management plan, intended to be implemented this year, which was developed through extensive consultation with stakeholders, including our local fishers. It is not just about conservation or distant water fleet. It is explicitly designed to deliver economic and social benefits along sustainability. We are also actively reinvesting those benefits through a national fisheries development plan that the Ministry of Fisheries and the Bleu and the SFA will be preparing in the coming months. There will need to be careful consideration of how we strengthen opportunities for our Seychelles' own fleet, increase local value addition, like the minister was saying before, consolidate Port Victoria as the regional hub, and ensure that revenues from foreign access agreement continues to support local fisheries. That said, we recognize that perception remains a challenge. That is why improving awareness, transparency, and engagement is critical, because the benefit must not only exist, but they must also be tangible and clearly demonstrated. At the same time, we must be realistic. As a small island state with high potential for resource rent, Seychelles will continue to engage with the distant water fleets, but increasingly on terms that deliver national value and improve benefits for the country. So this is not about exclusion. It is about progressively rebalancing the system so that sustainability delivers real, long-term benefit for Seychellois fishers and the wider economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Famous last, Jude. Jude, your first question. Tuna fisheries management in the Indian Ocean has long been structured around single stock approaches. Yet the evidence is growing that ecosystem dynamics, prey availability, habitat conditions, climate variability are fundamental to understanding tuna productivity and resilience. How far has the region genuinely progressed towards ecosystem-based tuna management, and what scientific, institutional, and governance shifts are needed to move from aspiration to implementation within a realistic time frame?
Thank you, for the question. Good morning, everyone. I'm Jude Bijou, and I work as a consultant in the marine environment and fisheries field. When we talk about ecosystem-based management, I feel that we are going in the right direction, but things are moving quite slowly. The good thing to see is that, at least at the IOTC level, we are now seeing resolutions and recommendations that are addressing ecosystem-based management. We see that there are resolutions and recommendations dealing with the impact of climate change that are also looking at bycatch, that are looking at target stock, because we need to remember that managing the stock of the target species also forms part of ecosystem-based management, and this needs to be a central part of the approach that Seychelles takes. So it is moving in the right direction. More and more now we're seeing that there are catch limits for target stocks and some other species, and we see the push to have management procedures for the major stocks. So this is all in the right direction. When you talk about which direction we should go in terms of, you said scientific, and you also mentioned institutional and governance. Scientifically, I think we need to continue to collect more data, more accurate data, and ensure that all countries are able to contribute to quality data for the assessment, because the assessment is based on the quality of the data. Secondly, I think we need more research, but we do also realize that tuna research is extremely expensive, and this is one of the reasons why Seychelles has stayed a bit away from tuna research. It's extremely expensive. On an institutional level, I feel that, of course, we need stronger IOTC, but we also need stronger authorities at the national levels. So we need to be able to beef up our institution to manage the tuna fishery. We also need to implement our plans, and I'm glad that Daniel mentioned that this year we will be starting the implementation of the Seychelles first tuna management plan, which is a step in the right direction. We also need to implement the IPOA IUU, the NPOA IUU, to combat illegal fishing in our region. At the IOTC level, I also believe that maybe we need stronger compliance and possible, well, repercussion or penalties for not complying to agreed measures, because we need instruments that are effective for us to be able to manage the resources, the ecosystem in the region. Of course, we cannot talk about ecosystem-based management if we don't talk about the fad fishery, the use of fad. And we've seen that, okay, yes, it is a major issue of discussion, but the region is taking steps towards addressing the issue of fads, and with the realization that it is not something that we can do overnight. It is something that needs to be phased, and I feel that the timeline that we have set ourselves to implement these measures are appropriate, and they will be able to provide results in a relatively short time frame. Thank you.
Thanks, Jude. Great response. Okay, so that was the first round of questions to each one of our panelists. I think moving forward, if we can maybe stick to 2 minutes, I think we're running a bit short of time. And there's also, we want to give it an opportunity for the general audience as well to ask some questions. Okay, so second question, Genevieve. Climate projections suggest that tuna distribution in the Indian Ocean will shift northward and eastward over time, potentially reshaping patterns of access and benefit across small island developing states, larger coastal economies, and distant water fishing nations. To what extent is IOTC's current scientific framework, equipped to account for these stationary dynamics? Or are we frankly in danger of managing tomorrow's fishery with yesterday's tools?
Thanks, Samir. Another easy question. So yes, IOTC has a resolution on climate change, Resolution 2501, and that's been talked about. Jan mentioned it. Yeah, so we do have an obligation to improve our understanding of how climate change will impact tuna stocks. Currently, it's going to be very difficult. Well, it's very difficult to predict where tuna will move. Each of the tuna have different life histories, different life cycles. Some of the tropical tunas are probably going to move to higher latitudes. Whether they'll all move north or all move south, it's very difficult to predict. But we have some great projects. As Jan mentioned, we have the Indian Oceanographic Atlas project that Francis Marsac is leading with colleagues from IRD. He'll be based here in Seychelles. So that will help. And in terms of our modelling, we, some of these ecosystem models have been trialled in the Indian Ocean, like CEPADIM and EPICOSM. And we are always open to research projects that try and incorporate environmental variables and climate change predictions into the stock assessments. And to try and improve our understanding and our predictions of where tuna stocks will move forward. I think as well, it is crucial to involve the fishers because they are seeing what's happening on the ocean in real time, and the observers, and to have more of that interaction with other stakeholders rather than just scientific modelling.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Danielle, as simultaneously as coastal state, flag state, and port state, Seychelles sits at a uniquely powerful intersection of regional tuna governance. If you could identify the single most critical gap in Seychelles' monitoring, control, and surveillance framework, one that, if closed, would significantly advance sustainability and traceability, what would it be, and what are the key constraints standing in the way?
Thank you for the second question. I'll keep this one short. So from my perspective, the most critical gap in Seychelles' MCS framework is human capacity, particularly the ability to analyze, integrate, and act on MCS data in real time. Seychelles is not lacking system. We have relatively a strong MCS framework in place, including VMS, AIS, electronic monitoring system, observer on board. The challenge we face now is we are generating a large volume of data from multiple sources, but the system still relies on a limited number of trained personnel to interpret the data, connect the dots, and trigger timely enforcement action. So this means that in practice, the system can be more reactive than proactive, with information sometimes analyzed after the fact rather than used in real time to prevent IUU fishing. This constraint is further amplified by the scale of our marine domain. Seychelles manages a vast EEZ with limited physical presence in remote outer island areas. So if this gap was addressed through targeted human capacity, specialized training, and mentoring, and potentially a more centralized data integration or operation function, it would significantly strengthen effectiveness of the entire MCS system in Seychelles. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle, for your very comprehensive answer. Delphine? The EU has positioned itself as a global champion of ocean sustainability, from the Green Deal to the High Seas Treaty. Yet, EU-flagged distant water fleets remain among the most active in the Indian Ocean, operating in the waters of developing nations. How does the EU reconcile that global leadership posture with the realities of the external fishing footprint? And what tangible mechanisms exist to ensure the rhetoric translates into measurable, variable outcomes for long-term stock sustainability?
Thank you for this also second easy question, but I'm happy to be able to answer because, as you may know, the European Union is very often criticized in this ocean, and maybe because we are the more transparent actor in the region in fisheries, and this is our strength, and this is why these two elements, global leadership in ocean governance, as you say, ocean stewardship, and the presence of EU's fleet in the Indian Ocean, for us, it's not contradictory at all. It's completely linked for the only reason that the whole tuna chain is based on healthy and abundant stocks. And in that we are all together. So when you say the EU fleet, but in fact it's a whole system, a whole tuna chain, and Seychelles in particular is really part of it. So without healthy ocean and marine resources, there is no fishing, no industry, no cannery, no retail, no logistics, and no revenue for local population also. So we're completely aware of that, and we are based on that, and this is why we base our activities on sustainability and as an economic necessity. So again, it's always linked: sustainability, economic benefits for the population, and it's always in our minds. So the tools we have, again, are the same. It's transparency, transparency in our EU fleets. We have mechanisms in the SFPAs. We evaluate SFPAs in each protocol to see what worked, what didn't work, where are the threats, what we can improve. So that's a strong tool that is completely transparent and public, so anybody can go and see how SFPs are going in the region. We have, of course, we mentioned already multilateralism, so IOTC, but also now the BBNJ agreement, which is a very good tool to complement the existing tools, legal tools we have in the region. An example, a concrete example, in Jude evoked it too, it's the FAD management. For example, when we proposed in IOTC annual meeting the FAD management measures, it was a way to give a stricter framework to also our own fleet. So we are controlling our own fleet in all the means we can have. And there's also the fight against IUU fishing. So we start with our fleet, but we also have dialogues with our partners for that. When it doesn't work, we have tools like a green red card, like we did unfortunately with Comoros, which has a red card and still has it for the moment. And again, the science studies to help us for that. So it's really it's based on long-term management.
Thank you very much, Delphine. Alex, 2 minutes, please. As this work has documented the growing influence of climate change on tuna distribution and habitat suitability across the Indian Ocean, if current warming trends hold, how might tuna availability shift across the southwestern Indian Ocean, and what does this mean for coastal states in terms of access, equity, and economic opportunity? And critically, should future fishing access agreements begin to explicitly build climate projections into their terms from the outset? And if so, how could that actually be operationalized in practice?
Hello? Okay. Thanks, Amir. As this work shows that the climate change is already affecting the where tuna can live and how the productive populations are in the Indian Ocean. If warming continues, we expect like a gradual redistribution of tuna across the West Indian Ocean, mainly driven by temperature. So yeah, the skipjack and the yellowfin tuna seems resilient. So their habitat suitability is projected to be stable or even increase in some areas. Like for example, countries like Seychelles are likely may see maybe favorable conditions for this species. In contrast, for big-eye tuna is more vulnerable, and so it's projected to decline, no? His habitat suitability, even if he has like a small, shift towards to a higher latitude. Well, the mixed species available in the economic exclusive zones is going to be like to change. So it's important to stress also that the more suitable habitats does not mean that automatically there is more fish. The warming increases the metabolism, so which can lead to smaller body sizes. So in overall, less biomass, and also the climate change. It's expected to decrease the primary productivity. So the total tuna catches and the economic benefits may not increase proportionally. So this cause for coastal states cause a key issue for equity, access, and economic opportunities, no? So to the answer of the future fishing agreements should include the climate projections. Our answer can be that yes, but with a pragmatic approaches. So this projections, no? So they have to focus on short term, such a 5-10 years horizons, and always supported by observations like tagging programs or surveys or like that.
Thank you very much, Alex.
You're welcome.
Okay, so final question goes to Jude. Marine protected areas are increasingly promoted as instruments for biodiversity conservation, climate resilience, and fishery sustainability. But given the highly migratory nature of tuna that directly contribute to stock management remains a genuinely open question. How should MPAs be positioned within the broader tuna management framework in the SWAIO, and what complementary measures are needed to ensure they deliver real ecological and fisheries outcomes rather than simply occupying space on a map?
Thank you, Amir. In terms of using MPAs for tuna management, the Seychelles has declared some quite large MPAs, and I believe that those large MPAs are going to play a dual role of biodiversity conservation as well as fisheries management by restricting access to certain vessels at particular, to all vessels at all times. And that will contribute towards greater health of the stocks. But what is also important is to protect important life history stages of fish. For example, spawning sites during spawning period. But again, this is not something which is easy to do because a lot of the tropical tuna species that is targeted in our region, they are year-round spawners. We know that there are peaks, but they are typically year-round spawners, so it's difficult to protect them all the time during these life stages. But maybe during the peak, we can have maybe temporal protected areas, but for a relatively short period of time, because we do not also want to affect either the industry too much or the country in which these zones are located, such as we know that some of these important areas are in the Mozambique Channel, or they are east of the Seychelles towards Sri Lanka. So this is something to think about as part of the approach. And it is something that countries in the region should think about and move towards, because we feel, well, I personally feel that it could contribute significantly to the way that we manage tuna stocks.
Thank you very much, Jude. Okay, so surprise third round. Before we open it up to the floor, I just wanted to ask each panelist in 30 seconds. And this is an open floor, so anyone can butt in whenever they want. So each panelist has 30 seconds. Give us one word that describes where tuna fisheries in the southwestern Indian Ocean will be in 25 years. And if we continue on the current trajectory, and then tell us what single thing, if it happened in the next 5 years, would change that word entirely. Do we have any volunteers?
I feel that my keyword should be sustainable. I'm always optimistic for the tuna fishery, and we've shown that as a region we can move in the right direction in terms of ensuring sustainability. In terms of what we can do, I feel that IOTC maybe should, or the countries and members, pass some kind of a resolution or something that would make it easier to translate IOTC resolutions and recommendations at the national level, and to have like local committees that are involved at management at the local level. It's good to take decision at the regional level, but action has to be local. So if we have local actions in all of the countries in the region, I think we will move towards sustainability much faster.
Fantastic, thank you, Jude. Okay, we'll just take one more. Does anyone want to volunteer? Yeah, sure, Delphine.
I have many words in mind, but I would say collective responsibility, because it sums up the action you said at the local level, at the national level, and also at the regional level, and all to be transparent, accountable, science-based, but all cannot work if there is no collective responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delphine. Okay, so maybe we can open it up to the floor. Does anyone have any burning questions? Yes, we have Mr. Harris. Can someone pass him a mic, please?
Good day. Aubrey Harris, a member of the SFA board. The advantage of being in a regional fisheries organization like IOTC is that you have a pool of members. And in case of science stocks and climate resilience, you have the benefit of the best brains and the best cutting-edge science to assess your stocks and the issue of climate resilience. Of course, as has been pointed out, it also depends on the data that you get and the difficulties of dealing with that. And as we see that sometimes we have assessments and then they are challenged. Now, we are entering the era of AI. These assessments are usually mathematically very analytical and very intense. My question is, to what extent is IOTC incorporating AI or intending to incorporate AI in its stock assessments, but importantly also in informing the kinds of data that it will need in the future? Thank you.
Great question, Mr. Harris, and I'll pass it over to Genevieve.
Thanks for that question. Artificial intelligence obviously yeah, it's the thing that's here at the moment. To what extent IOTC is incorporating AI into its stock assessments? So I guess there are a multitude of different tools that come under the banner of artificial intelligence. Within a stock assessment model itself, we don't currently incorporate AI into the particular model that we use for most of the major stocks. But aspects of AI are used, so like neural networks and things are used within analyses of things like the CPUE standardization. So that there are aspects of AI that go into the indices which are then used in the assessment. So there are many, many very clever people that contribute to the science within our working parties. Within our stock assessment model itself, I guess in the future perhaps that will happen, but as you know, AI needs to be trained on data, and we would need to improve the data in order to have then confidence in any kind of AI modeling. So similar to now, like we really need to improve the underlying data that's going into our assessment models, and that won't change whether we use artificial intelligence or standard mathematical models.
Thank you, Genevieve. Is there anyone else that had a question? Yes, Mudita.
Good morning. You said when you calculate, check the stock availability, use CPUE, and with advancement of technology and in the vessels and the catching techniques, how do you account for that? Because more and more, so your effectiveness becomes better. This is a great concern, and how well is that balanced? Second question, in terms of investment, a great concern was raised, and it was even mentioned, to consider 5 to 10 years because of the changing patterns, climate change, and even today we can't predict some of the things that are happening within even today's environment. So how would a small island state like the Seychelles, you encourage investors, because this is a very capital-intensive industry to invest, and you're looking at 10 years at least to recoup investments, sort of, because very high investments. So how will you encourage or suggest for local investments in industrial sector of this sort?
Thank you, Mudita. May I ask, Daniel, are you able to answer on behalf of government? Do we have any volunteers?
I mean, if Jan is here.
Yes, Genevieve, you said you... Okay. All right, so Genevieve will answer the question on behalf of CPUE, but not government.
Yeah, so in terms of the catch per unit effort standardization methods, they would generally take into account what we call gear creep, which is where technology has changed over time, and that's generally incorporated into the standardization process. And then within the assessment itself, we apply measures which, help to, standardize that, particularly in terms of FAD-associated fishing.
Thank you. Is there anyone from government that wants to address the
Sorry, I'm told that the session 3, I can bring that question back up.
No problem. So, all right. So you'll keep your question.
I'll keep the question for session 3, but it was linked to the outcome, the discussion here, but
all right,
the impact is on the economic side.
Thank you. Okay, I think, yes, we're going to close the session. I want to extend my sincere thanks to each of our panelists for their candor. Can we give them a round of applause, please? And thank you to all of you, the audience, for your attention and for your questions. So this session is now closed. We look forward to continuing the conversation throughout the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you to all panelists again. So we will now break for coffee. So if you can, please return at 11:20. Thank you. May I kindly invite all participants to take their seat as we resume our program. Welcome back, everyone. Our next session focuses on governance, transparency, and regional stewardship, examining the framework required to ensure responsible tuna fisheries management. To begin, I invite Mrs. Caris Bell, Monitoring Control and Surveillance Manager at the SFA, to deliver her presentation.
So good morning, everyone. My name is Caris Bell. I am the Monitoring Control and Surveillance Manager at the Seychelles Fisheries Authority. It is my pleasure to contribute to this very important discussion on governance, transparency, and regional stewardship within the tuna economy. Seychelles, as we know, depends on tuna fisheries, not only for economic revenue, but also employment, food security, and its position as the regional fisheries hub. In that context, strengthening accountability is not just a policy objective, it is a necessity. So today I will focus on, So today I will focus on three key pillars. So we've got strengthening the compliance systems, leveraging electronic monitoring and surveillance technologies, advancing transparency, including Seychelles' engagement with the Seychelles Transparency Initiative. So tuna fisheries presents a unique governance challenge. Unlike coastal or sedentary resources, tuna stocks are highly migratory. They move across EEZs and into the high seas, meaning that no single country can manage them effectively in isolation. This then creates inherent risks, such as gaps in enforcement between jurisdictions, opportunities for IUU fishing, so illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, and inconsistent application of rules. So for Seychelles, where tuna is a cornerstone of the economy, weak governance would directly then translate into lost revenue, reduced stock sustainability, and reputational risks in global markets. For Seychelles, this is very real. Our waters are frequented by both national and foreign fleets, including purseaners and longliners operating across multiple jurisdictions. Without such strong governance, vessels can exploit these gaps between EEZs and the high seas. Governance in tuna fisheries operates across multiple levels. At the national level, the SFA, the Seychelles Fisheries Authority, is responsible for implementing licensing, monitoring, and enforcement systems. At the regional level, the IOTC and other management measures that all member states are expected to implement. These measures cover areas such as VMS, vessel monitoring systems, reporting obligations, transshipment controls, and observer coverages. In addition, international instruments like the port state measures reinforce our ability to prevent illegally caught fish from entering the market. Seychelles has been actively aligning its national legal and operational frameworks with the IOTC requirements, including strengthening VMS compliance, port state measures, and reporting obligations such as REP submissions. The key point here is that governance is only as strong as its implementation, and that depends heavily on the compliance systems. Compliance systems form the backbone of the effective fisheries governance. This starts with licensing, ensuring that only authorized vessels operate under clearly defined conditions. Beyond that, we are increasingly moving towards risk-based monitoring approaches. This means focusing resources where the risks are highest, rather than applying uniform controls across all vessels. Port inspections are also critical. They provide an opportunity to verify catches, documentation, and compliance with regulations before fish enters the supply chain. Important enforcement must be credible. Sanctions need to be proportionate and consistently applied. In Seychelles, we are strengthening the port inspection procedures and improving coordination between MCS, the ports authorities, and other enforcement agencies to ensure better verification of landing and documentation. Without this, even the best designed regulations will fail. The MCS has evolved significantly over the years. So the MCS has evolved significantly over the years. Traditionally, we relied heavily on patrol vessels and human observers aboard fishing vessels. While these remain important, they are resource intensive and cannot cover all activities all the time. Today, we are transitioning towards more technology-driven systems, such as VMS, AIS, and even EMS, which we will see in a minute, that allow for continuous and remote monitoring. This shift is particularly important for small island states like the Seychelles, where maritime areas are vast and enforcement resources are limited. Given the vast size of the Seychelles Maritime Zone and limited patrol assets, this transition is essential. We are increasingly relying on digital tools and integrated monitoring platforms to complement traditional enforcement. Technology allows us to extend our reach and improve efficiency. So one such technology is the EMS. Electronic monitoring system is one of the most promising developments in fisheries monitoring. The system typically includes onboard cameras, sensors, and recording devices that capture fishing activities in real time or near real time. They provide several advantages, such as continuous coverage, unlike human observers, reduced operational costs over time, and objective and verifiable data. For Seychelles, EMS is particularly relevant in improving oversight of our industrial fleets and addressing gaps where observer coverage may be limited. Seychelles is currently progressing towards the implementation of VMS on board industrial fleets, particularly the purseaners, and moving to the longliners and semi-industrials to address observer coverage and improve compliance verification. However, these implementations also requires careful consideration of data management, privacy, and analysis capacity. So for our SFA MCS unit, we have reviewed over 300 plus purseine fishing trips. And these analysis focuses mostly on fishing effort and set types, catch handling and discarding practices, interactions with non-target and protected species, potential non-compliance events, and operational patterns relevant to risk profiling. So this is a typical monitoring risk-based approach which the SFA has implemented, which means that the continued or repeat offenders will determine how much vessel data is reviewed within the EMS system. If a vessel shows low compliance events across trips, less data is reviewed. If a vessel shows high compliance events, more data will be reviewed. We have developed a color coding, which depicted here, to see where vessels fall based on the above. And so far, this system has proven to be quite effective for analysis within the SFA EMS unit. So the way forward for our Seychelles EMS, we continue to fine-tune our EM policy, and we are developing the regulation, and within that, sanction frameworks, and moving towards live reporting through satellite, and fine-tuning our data submissions to RFMOs, such as the IUTC. And within this plan, we continue to pilot or strengthen the piloting of semi-industrial vessels, and moving on to long-line fleets, with full implementation to be achieved in the very near future. So in addition to EMS, vessel tracking technologies play a crucial role in monitoring fishing activities. VMS provides positional data directly from vessels to the authorities, but other tools such as AIS adds another layer of tracking, often used for navigation and safety, but also as valuable for monitoring. Satellite technologies such as the SAR, the synthetic aperture radar, allows us to detect vessels even when tracking systems are switched off. When these systems are integrated, they create a very powerful surveillance network that enhances our ability to detect suspicious behavior and respond accordingly. Seychelles, or the MCS within the SFA, is actively integrating VMS, AIS, and the satellite radar imagery to enhance our surveillance capabilities. This layered approach, the aim, at least, is to improve detection of what we call dark vessels, which suspected of IU activities, IU fishing, and supports more targeted enforcement actions. However, we need to keep in mind that integration is the key to effectiveness. Collecting data is only part of the solution. The real value comes from integration and analysis. So cross-referencing data resources for MCS roles, such as VMS, logbooks, port inspections, catch certificates, we can identify inconsistencies and other anomalies. This allows us to move towards intelligence-led enforcement, where decisions are based on risk profiles and data insights rather than routine and mundane checks alone. For example, mismatches between reported catch and vessel activity can trigger targeted inspections. In Seychelles, efforts are ongoing to improve cross-referencing within the MCS, such as between RF submissions, VMS data, catch data, port inspection records to identify discrepancies and strengthening compliance monitoring. This approach improves efficiency and increases the likelihood of detecting non-compliance. Transparency is another crucial pillar of accountability. It ensures that information on fisheries activities, agreements, and management decisions is accessible to stakeholders, including government, industry, and civil society, the public. So transparency supports better governance, increased trust, improved market access. So it complements the compliance systems, which I had pointed out before, by making it more difficult to conceal illegal or unethical practices. For Seychelles, as many of you know, transparency is also linked to maintaining its reputation as a responsible fisheries nation and a key tuna hub in the Indian Ocean. In today's global seafood markets, transparency is increasingly a requirement, not just a best practice. Seychelles took a very crucial step to advance transparency by becoming a member of the FITI, the Fisheries Transparency Initiative. Through FITI, Seychelles continues to commit by publicizing key fisheries information, such as coming from an MCS point of view, licensing, and then access agreements, and other information such as revenue flows, research work, fisheries management, and many others. Importantly, FITI operates through a multi-stakeholder approach, bringing together government, industry, and the public. This ensures that transparency is not only about disclosure, but also about accountability and dialogue. For Seychelles, this strengthens the credibility both regionally and internationally. We have already published several FITI reports, and we are working to improving continuing accessibility and quality of fisheries data, ensuring that the public have greater visibility of how this sector is managed. So while government establishes frameworks, industry plays a crucial role in ensuring compliance. So we expect, from a regulatory point of view, we expect operators to comply with regulations, accurately report catches, and adopt monitoring technologies. Increasingly, industry is also expected to demonstrate transparency and traceability to meet these regulatory demands. Strong partnership between government and industry are essential for effective governance. In Seychelles, engagement with fisheries companies and agents has been critical in improving reporting compliance, including timely and complete submissions of important documentation such as REPs and adherence to license conditions. So obviously, partnership is essential. On a regional stewardship perspective, given the shared nature of the tuna stocks, stewardship must also be shared. So this requires harmonized regulations, which mostly at the regional IOTC level, and information sharing between countries, joint enforcement initiatives. Regional cooperation strengthens the collective capability and reduces opportunities for non-compliance across jurisdictions. So no country can address any of these challenges, which I have pointed out alone. Seychelles actively collaborates with regional partners, such as IOTC, including compliance discussions and technical working groups to strengthen collective management of the stock. Shared responsibility is key. However, despite the progress, several challenges still remain. Limited financial and human resources, fragmented data systems, uneven implementation of measures across the countries are some of the key challenges, and addressing them will require sustained investment, coordination, and commitment. For Seychelles, capacity constraint, particularly in data analysis and monitoring, remain a challenge as we scale up the EMS system and integrated surveillance platforms. Addressing these gaps remain a priority. Looking ahead, the priorities for us, which we have pointed out, include expanding our EM, our electronic monitoring system, continues to strengthen the regional collaboration and improving data integration and analysis. Advancing on transparency initiatives such as FITI remains another key priority. These actions will help build a more accountable and sustainable tuna economy. Seychelles is already moving in this direction through upgrading a lot of our surveillance systems within the SFA and enhancing other compliance frameworks and participating in key initiatives. So continued investment is important. So the key note to take away is that strong governance, enhanced transparency, and effective regional cooperation are essential to ensure the accountability of the tuna fisheries. So I thank you for your attention and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Mrs. Bell, for that informative presentation. Let's now turn to the screen for a short audiovisual segment.
The sustainability of tuna fisheries does not depend on one country alone. It depends on governance. Across the Indian Ocean, multiple nations, institutions, and stakeholders share responsibility for managing one of the world's most valuable marine resources. Transparent governance and strong regional cooperation are essential to ensure fisheries remain sustainable, equitable, and accountable. Monitoring fishing activity, sharing data across borders, strengthening compliance and enforcement. These systems form the backbone of responsible ocean stewardship, yet challenges remain. Illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing continues to threaten marine ecosystems and the communities that depend on them. At the same time, expectations for transparency and accountability are growing, from governments, industry, and consumers alike. Building trust across nations and stakeholders has never been more important. This panel explores how governance frameworks, transparency initiatives, and regional partnerships can strengthen fisheries management across the Indian Ocean, Together, our speakers will examine how collaboration and accountability can support a sustainable future for tuna fisheries.
We now move into the panel discussion, moderated by Major Gerard Wongpool, Director of the Regional Coordination Operations Center. I also invite our panelists to join him on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to the second session for the conference today, focusing on governance, transparency, and regional stewardship, strengthening accountability in the tuna economy. And obviously, the importance of these topics has been very well outlined by Ms. Bell in her presentation, which has put emphasis on the ultimate goal of ensuring sustainable fisheries management by the promotion of governance, transparency, and stewardship within the tuna fisheries economy. With us today, we have a very distinguished panel with a vast experience in these areas. We have with us Mr. Jude Talma, who is the Fisheries MCS Technical Assistant to the Indian Ocean Commission, the IOC, and Dr. Stanley Ndara, who is the Chairman of the Board of Directors for the Southern African Development Fisheries Monitoring Control and Coordination Center, SADC MCC. And we also have with us Mr. Yannick Meme, who is the Regional Coordinator for the Western Indian Ocean of the Fisheries Transparency Initiative, FITI, International Secretariat. And also we have with us Mr. Neil Ansell, who is the Senior Advisor at the European Fisheries Control Agency, the EFCA. In the interest of time, I will ask the each panelist 2 questions, of which you will have 10 minutes to reply to, and we will thereafter open the floor to the audience for questions. I would like to begin with Mr. Talma. How can existing regional mechanisms work with or complement each other to enhance governance of fisheries within the region? And what gaps exist in compliance within the region? And how can enforcement mechanisms be strengthened to address them?
Thank you for the question. My name is Jude Talma, as has been introduced. I'm actually working with the Indian Ocean Commission as the technical assistant for MCS-related matters, and my position is financed by the government of Seychelles. To enhance governance of fisheries in the Southwest Indian Ocean region, existing MCS, and we should not exclude the maritime security component also, because they also in their mandate fight IUU fishing. And these organizations must work together to be able to enhance MCS in the region. We have around 5 of these organizations in the region. We have the IOC Regional Fisheries Surveillance Plan. We have the SADC MCSCC. We have the 2 maritime security regional centers, one in Madagascar and one in Mauritius. We also have one in development, which is in the IGAD region. We have the IGAD MCSCT, which is in development. But sadly, those organizations are not working enough regionally. It's not committed enough to working together regionally to fight IUU fishing. And but some work has been in the making over the years. I've participated in some of those work, but it's not concrete work. And even within IOC itself, within the maritime security and the fisheries, there's lack of cooperation. But for now, I will have said that there's some work being done within IOC between those two programs, the maritime security and the PRSP. And I'm just back from with that new position. I see that there is positive work in place, and soon I think there will be concrete collaboration between those two organizations. We must, those organizations regionally, they must work together. And basically, there's a series of strategies that should be implemented, such as primarily, I would say, information and data sharing, alignment of procedures and legislations, joint operations, capacity building and technical support, and technological transfer. Also, regional and international partnership that those organizations need to collaborate with regional organizations like RFMOs and international organizations like the International IMCS network. We also need to constantly reevaluating ourselves for us not to be complacent. And it's good that today we have EFCA, which we are jointly working together to implement the IOC component of the SWIOP project, the new SWIOP project of the EU, and EFCA component also. So we are working together. I'm working together with Neil to implement activities in the regions. In conclusion, with regards to the first question, by leveraging those approaches, regional mechanism can significantly improve fisheries governance, enhance compliance, and sustainably manage shared fisheries resources in the region, especially tuna. Okay, to answer your second question, before I answer that question, we need to take stock of where we were 2-3 decades ago and what we have achieved over the years. Okay, prior to, I've witnessed substantial compliance in the region from especially industrial fishing vessels, the passengers and the longliners, and also the coastal state. With regards to the coastal state, compliance with the IUTC resolution, and this is a fact. This is proven it's on the website of the IUTC. Significant improvement have taken place within the compliance, and also on the EU. Not the EU, on the international IUU index. This region has the highest level in Africa with regards to compliance, with regards to IUU fishing index, which is an international global rating for countries' ability to fight IUU fishing. So we are quite in a good position. But if we could collaborate institutionally, it could be very much better. There are key gaps in the region. Like I've said, weak cooperation is one of those key gaps. Limited surveillance capacity. Some countries have capacity, but some countries don't, and you end up using a surveillance capacity for 1 or 2 countries to do regional fishery surveillance, like mostly Madagascar and the Seychelles. And inadequate use of technology. We have technology, but we're not using it adequately. And also the integration of AI into those technologies. For example, just a simple technology is VMS. Some countries in the region, they are using the VMS, but just for tracking vessels, not for anything else. But other countries are using the VMS for other purposes, like traceability, like to verify catch certificate, and to combine with AIS to the profiling, like Aris has been mentioning earlier. And there is also legal and regulatory shortcomings. Though there has been some significant work in the region to align, I don't like using the word harmonizing, but to align legislation between countries. There's some work that has been done recently, especially Kenya, Tanzania, Seychelles, and recently Mauritius. But some countries are lagging with regards to upgrading their regulatory and financial, regulatory domain. There is also data deficiency, okay? Because without data, you cannot do risk profiling, okay? In the context of PSP, IOC regional fisheries surveillance, the problem with that program, we've been there since 2007. It is project dependent. And when it is project dependent, when there's no project, it is inactive, and you lose that period where countries are sharing data with each other. And there's always a data gap. However, with the institutionalization process of PSP, we suppose we will be eliminating that issue of data deficiency within the context of regional fisheries surveillance plan. Then there are post-state measures weakness. Okay, I'm not saying that there's not post-state measures. There is post-state measures, very good post-state measures in line with the present FAO post-state measures agreement, with which defines the minimum action or activity that should be taken. But countries, I think, should be more investigative in the post-state measures inspection. To conclude, I would say that compliance gap in the SWAIO regions requires a mix of improved regional cooperation, technological upgrade, legal reforms, enhanced capacity, and stakeholders collaboration. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Talma. Thank you for outlining a little bit the challenges, but not only the challenges, how these challenges can be addressed, and also what is already being done to address these challenges. I would like now to move to the monitoring side, to Dr. Ndara. I would like to ask you, what are the challenges in monitoring and building trust of regional states to share national monitoring data? And what coordinated strategies are required to deter, detect, and eliminate illegal fishing?
My goodness, sorry about that. Loud voice. Thank you, moderator. I think we should all agree first that human beings are inherently inclined not to share information, especially personal information. Now, with countries, it's exactly the same. Countries are sovereign in nature, and they also have that natural inclination not to share information, particularly on fishing vessels, because they fear the loss of control over their national security and also in economic information. And we have heard the importance of the tuna fishery for the Seychelles especially. Then there's also the variations in regional technological capacity. The capacity that we have may also then impede effective data collection, because some countries may have better or advanced technology and the others may not. And then, of course, some of these gaps or the challenges that we have is that some of the countries are not using the same format, so issues of compatibility as well with the data. And these are really issues that are complicating integration and comparison. Of course, the issue of trust deficit, that moves with the element that I've earlier highlighted. Unfortunately, it is there because it's also shaped by historical mistrust, and the issue of data misuse. So some of the countries are really hesitant to provide that because they don't know what the data is going to be used for. And this, unfortunately, reduces the cooperation that we would like to have in the region. Then countries are different because they have limited funding and staffing constraints. So the issues of capacity, some countries may be well capacitated in respect of the training and others may not. So that also is a challenge for the region. Not only that, because it can also constrain our ability to maintain monitoring systems and then also participate in data sharing initiatives. Then there are, of course, legal and policy barriers, including the absence of clear frameworks or incompatible national rules. Unfortunately, this can block data sharing and communication gaps as well. Then fines, when fines are issued, some of these fines really do not serve as a deterrent for those that violate fisheries laws. There may also be language barriers and weak channels for coordination. All this really hampers the trust that we have, and also it hampers the collaboration and regional integration for the region. In as far as the strategies are concerned, to deter, detect, and eliminate illegal fishing in the region, one of these strategies is to strengthen regional collaboration. We have the SADC MCSCC that is tenable in Mozambique. So regional economic blocks and organizations can form synergies to promote harmonization of the policies and also legal instruments. Another one, of course, is to implement robust VMS. Not only the VMS, I think the presenter earlier has really articulated maybe more than 5 thematic areas. I can think about joint patrols, also even the exchange of key personnel amongst each other, aerial surveillance, of course, to track fishing activities, and fisheries observer programs where some member states may have strength in that area so that they can collaborate with others. The sharing of data in intelligence, this is a core function of the Monitoring, Control and Surveillance Center in Maputo. This also fosters transparency through secure real-time data platforms, catch documentation, and also looking at various suspicion activities in the region. Then I know my fellow panelist said he does not like the word harmonized, but where countries have the same legal systems, harmonized regional laws really should be encouraged. I've already spoken about the issue of penalties, but then also to ensure that enforcement is consistent across all member states. Provide training, that is the issue of capacity building. Also foster collaboration with regional, international partners, and to secure funding to regional states to enhance the monitoring, enforcement, and the compliance capabilities of all of us. Of course, the deployment of cutting-edge technologies, and I think, if my memory serves me well, Harris spoke about the integration, or to what extent we should integrate AI technology into our technologies. I think SADC, in SADC, we're also looking at the integration of cutting-edge technology, because really it's quite fast, advanced, and more often than not, it's very precise. So we're looking at that. And then, of course, the issue of public awareness and engagement. We need to promote awareness campaigns to encourage compliance, particularly with fishers, but also all local communities that are involved in conservation efforts. I can also then, lastly, not overemphasize the issue of regional and international collaboration, where we need to engage with local and with our partners. For example, FAO, Interpol, UNODC, and this expertise must be leveraged really to help us with the intelligence and enforcement support so that we can sustain our resources for present and future generations. I so submit, moderator.
Thank you, Doctor. I think it's some very valuable insight that you've given us. And as we all know, you've mentioned the challenges to get that trust for sharing of information, but also the need for collaboration, engagement, for us to be able to have that, to be at the end state that we want to be. So transitioning now to the transparency part, I would like to ask Mr. Meme from FITI, what are the barriers to greater transparency and how can they be addressed? And also, how effective has the FITI standard been in improving overall fisheries transparency, and what results has this had on national governance in the fisheries sector?
Let's see. Hello, good morning, everyone. So this is the fun panel. So enjoy. So my name is Yannick Meme, and I'm the regional coordinator for FITI for the Western Indian Ocean. So I oversee Seychelles, Madagascar, Comoros, Mauritius, and the Maldives. And again, what we've seen so far in transparency is that it's moving away from just, it being nice to have a tick in the box, and it's slowly becoming, more foundational to governance, sustainability, and more importantly, to building trust within the fisheries sector. And I'll just explain a little bit about some of the main barriers that we've seen, not just in the Western Indian Ocean, but also from my other colleagues in the other regions, is that, when we look at tuna fisheries, the barriers to transparency is political, commercial sensitivity. Tuna fisheries involves foreign fleets, access agreements, significant financial flows, and this makes transparency politically sensitive. So as an example, in Madagascar, you have data on catches by foreign vessels. It's not publicly disclosed. Landing data on foreign fleets is not published. And enforcement reports do exist, but again, are not made public. So the issue that you have there is that it's not that there is no data. It's just, again, that there is a control over that data, as was mentioned a bit earlier, where the information is not being published, and this could be due to maybe some legal requirements or, again, the sensitivity of this data. Again, in relation to Seychelles, we've seen progress over the years where now access agreements have been published, and this is something that's really important. So especially the public to have access to those information, to look at these agreements, if the country is actually benefiting from that, and encouraging that public discourse. You have the EU agreements, you have with other countries, Taiwan. So looking at these agreements, comparing them, are we benefiting from, which ones are we benefiting more? But also importantly, through the other countries, they have published their access, their fishing access agreements. So in Cape Verde, in Madagascar. So then people now have access to these other agreements, and you can make comparisons and see, which one's getting a good deal, such as Trump likes to say. And it's a bit controversial to say his name, get a good deal. But again, we've also seen, like from Seychelles, license payments are also disclosed. But we also seen that, there's still some gaps, particularly in donor-funded projects remain incomplete. So what we see is that, the barrier is not binary, but it is about how far, governments are willing to go. Again, it depends on the willingness of governments. And, we're quite lucky, especially in the region where, governments have changed, Seychelles has changed governments, but transparency is still there. FITI is still there, and whoever sits at State House or the Ministry of Fisheries, they're always talking about transparency, good governance, and sustainable fisheries. And again, also in Madagascar, you had the change in government, but talking to the ministry, it's still the same. They're still focused on being more transparent and improving good governance. Another barrier that we see is technical and capacity constraints. As has been mentioned since this morning, is tuna fisheries are quite complex. They're highly migratory, quite data extensive. There's information everywhere, and then again, it's regionally managed, and this requires us having strong systems. So example again in Madagascar, data is fragmented across institutions. This is not just in Madagascar, but you also had it in Seychelles, where you would try to get information from one department. They will tell you one figure, and then you ask another one, and they will give you a completely different figure. And this is again in other regions where FITI operates. There's some key data sets that are missing, such as employment on subsidies that are missing. And this, when you don't have access to this information, this creates that structural, invisibility. The different stakeholders. We've also seen again some issues with employment data, under reports. Who's actually participating in the fisheries sector? Because again, you might have a fisherman. Just a few people just say, "Oh, I'm just going to go out on a boat and then catch some fish, make some money for that." It's a bit difficult to get access to that data. So basically what I'm saying is that transparency isn't just about publishing data. Yes, you can publish all the data you want, but it needs, the data needs to be credible and consistent. But most importantly, as was echoed by the previous panelists, is that the data is understood. Awareness plays a key part in this. Ensuring that the public can understand this information. Not everyone will be able to look at an Excel sheet, and with all these figures and numbers, it's pretty relevant to the majority of the population. It's good for scientists, but then you need to also involve students. I'm happy today to see there are some students, I think, from A-levels or maritime school. So it's good that, the youth are part of this, and this information is actually going to them. They will be the ones that will be sitting on this panel and sitting in some of these institutions in the future, and it's important that they have access to this information. Yeah, and then again, it's, the other question was on the effectiveness of FITI, right? I have time? 2 minutes. Okay, I'll try and keep it short. So again, FITI, since we've started, we've seen, again, fundamental changes in the landscape. Just in Seychelles, the amount of information that's come out is impressive. You have detailed tuna catch data, fishing efforts. Again, as I mentioned, public access to the agreements is now available, and this shows, again, the full, you have information on the full tuna value chain. It's all transparent. Again, examples, say in Madagascar, we have seen them publish their vessel registries. As I mentioned again, their access agreements are now public for anyone to look at, industrial catch data. And this shows, again, that major shift from, the industry being opaque to more visibility. The other one would be strengthening accountability. I think From FIDI, we've seen that transparency, again, creates that accountability. Enforcement data is now public, inspections, patrol, offenses. I think this, again, allows for more scrutiny of how these rules are applied. In the last FIDI report from Madagascar, we've seen, unfortunately, there are some gaps, especially missing enforcement data, as was also echoed before, and some gaps in subsidy. And again, when we highlight these gaps, it's not to punish countries or say, oh, you're a bad actor, you don't know what you're doing, you're not working. Rather, it's to encourage them, identifying these gaps and working with them, encouraging them to improve, to be better. And this is, again, what the FIT is all about. It's about progressive improvement. As I mentioned, we are not here to tell governments what to do. We are there as partners working with the different governments to ensure that the information is published and is used to create impact. Again, from the FIDI side, we've seen improvement in government systems. We've helped address some of the inconsistencies, as I mentioned before, between departments, between institutions, and basically through us, again, we're encouraging institutions to align with each other locally and regionally. We have seen one of the most wonderful tools that the SFA has produced, the FIMS. It's something that, I'm always promoting it in the countries that I'm visiting. It's an amazing tool. It's integrated information. If you're looking for fisheries information, you go on there. And funny enough, the FIMS was actually used as inspiration for the FITI fisheries information system. So we took inspiration from the FIMS, and now we're offering this to the countries that want to be part of the FITI. So instead of just producing reports, because as we've seen even the UN said that people don't read reports, so now we're making it all available online. So you can access this on your phone, so countries that want to be part of FITI can have this option to have this platform. I think that's pretty much from me. Just again to echo what was said in this morning by the minister and also Ambassador Oscar, the importance of having data to ensure that we have good governance. And as I mentioned before, FIDI is here as an enabler, and it should not be a substitute for political will. Thank you.
Thank you, Annika. And it's a lot of work you've been doing. Very quickly, I'll move to Mr. Ansel, who's from EFCA, who's been doing quite a lot within the region in the fisheries sector. Just to ask you very quickly, are the existing regulatory frameworks and mechanisms in place effective in promoting transparency and governance within the tuna fisheries sector? And are there any gaps that need to be addressed or areas to be improved on? But also, how can cooperation among like-minded states be deepened to promote shared stewardship and long-term resource sustainability?
Many thanks for the question, and very good afternoon. Many thanks to the government of Seychelles. We're very happy to be here at the European Fisheries Control Agency. We're based in Spain. We support very much the European member states and also the European Commission and the EU in general with our work on the Common Fisheries Policy, our work internationally as well, both in RFMOs and also with regional programs. We work EFCA, West Africa, Central Africa, and also, and I'll refer to this later, within the new Sustainable Western Indian Ocean Programme, as mentioned by our ambassador. So from EFCA's side, very happy to be here. My name is Neil Ansel. As I said, I'm an advisor within the international unit. We work within the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, Western Africa, the Southern Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean. So as regard to the question, I think I just wanted to underline some of the things that were mentioned. MCS, it's very important. We're moving in science. IATC has come a long way. management framework, you need MCS. You need MCS, you need this to enforce, to control, to assess, to ensure that the rules are effective, they're monitorable, and they're doing the job that they are designed to do. I'll start, and I think one of the benefits of being last is that I don't need to repeat some of the gaps that have been mentioned, which I fully concur with some of my colleagues. I'll start with a positive, and I think we've come a very long way in monitoring, control, and surveillance. As the keynote speaker for this session mentioned, we have a lot of tools. I'm not going to mention them again. Monitoring system, EMS, VMS, AIS, satellite imagery, Earth observation, intelligence. These tools are there, and these tools are being developed. It's how we implement them and how we work together to implement them and target the resources, which are always going to be limited. Just a few words on the IOTC and the compliance framework. The IOTC has come an awful long way within its compliance framework, within the compliance committee. I chair the working party on the improvement of conservation measures, and we go into a lot more detail now about where are the shortcomings, where are the issues, and some of the contracting parties of IOTC are not respecting the rules, but why? And this year, we're, for the first time, contracting parties, I think this is a good example, contracting parties are asked to submit compliance action plans. Why were you not meeting your obligation? Where was the problem? We heard from the delegates from the Seychelles, there's capacity limitations, but in other countries, political will, lack of resources, other issues, financial resources. So having this mechanism in IOTC has been and continues to be very, very useful. The tools are there, the framework is there. With regard to the gaps in more details, I fully concur with some of the comments that were made. I think we have a variability in the capacity to implement MCS within the region. We have capacity limitations. We also have limitations in the involvement of some of the countries within operations, not necessarily operationally, but also within the cooperation frameworks that we have. And I think in order just to summarize some of the gaps, we can ask ourselves a few questions. I mean, is there full compliance with the IOTC requirements and other regional and national rules? No, there's not full compliance yet, but we can see where the problems are. Is there IUU fishing? Is it absent in this region? No, it's not absent. And is the legislative framework watertight? And is it keeping up? Because IUU fishing and non-respect to the rules, it evolves, it's dynamic. Is it keeping up with? No, it's an ongoing task to continue and keep up with these tasks. And I think something I really wanted to underline, and I think it's extremely important across all the sectors, is that do we have a level playing field within the region, both between the countries and within the fleets and the segments? And I think we don't, but we're working and we see the importance of doing this. It's unfair for some sectors to invest very heavily in their requirements, their obligations, in catch documentation schemes, in EMS requirements, when other fleets fishing for the same resource don't. So I think this is something I wanted to underline and highlight, and fully agree on some of the other comments about some of the other capacity limitations. We all know, and I don't want to repeat, we're dealing with transversal, highly migratory fisheries, with a huge component also of artisanal fisheries, and as you've all said, with EZs that are absolutely huge, and so we need to be very targeted with our operations. Moving, and I think in the interest of time, I'll focus on something which I think is more important, which I think comes to your second question about how like-minded states can work together. And I think here I wanted to underline one very concrete example of how like-minded states can work together to improve and continue to work together in the domain of MCS. And that's the SWIAP program. We've heard it, as I said. And I think we all agree that with MCS, you can't do it in isolation. You need to work together with the contracting parties. We can't fight one aspect of IUU here because you squeeze it and it pops up somewhere else, because the IUU will always exploit the weaknesses within the framework, within the system. And I think this SWIAP program, there have been previous EU projects which have, for example, concerned 5 beneficiary countries of the region. SWIAP includes 9. It covers the entire eastern seaboard of Africa, as well as the island states. And we're really capturing all the port states, all the region, all the fisheries, all the EZs. So I think this is a really hugely an important step of the scope of the SWIAP program. Just some examples of the part of the program related to MCS. There is other aspects towards ocean conservation and ecosystem management, but with regard to the fight against IUU fishing, which is where EFCA, we're working very heavily, and also we heard from Jude how we are also supporting existing regional surveillance plans within the region. I think it's important to highlight some of this work. So we'll be supporting, in particular, the countries to adapt and implement their regional plans of action. We heard also on IPU and IUU, but also the institutional support, legal support to not harmonize, to bring up to speed to these mechanisms. As I said, they evolve. IOTC is meeting next week. There's always new resolutions. There's always new frameworks. Keep up to speed with the changing dynamics of the fishery. So this is somewhere we'll also be working and helping the countries to have a more of a level playing field, certainly within the framework for MCS, and also the implementation of their operational plans. With regard to more operational activities, we'll be supporting the patrols at sea. You still need dissuasive patrols at sea. You have huge EZs, but you need to have some dissuasive action at sea. And an area where we'll be focusing an awful lot is risk assessment. We heard it from the presentation. We heard it from colleagues. It's an exceptionally important thing, especially when you're dealing with migratory species. EFCA, we've been working a lot with the member states in Europe, and we have methodologies and other tools that we'll be really channeling into the region to see if we can help develop a very much more robust risk assessment mechanism and toolbox for MCS to ensure that the resources we have here and that you do have here are used to the most effective level that they possibly can. Also, Earth observation, satellite imagery, these types of tools, we have a lot of experience in this. And we can bring also, we can tap into European providers, Copernicus, other types of satellite imagery and technology that we can apply into the region, again, to increase the effectiveness, the value of the operations that we are implementing within the region. Information sharing, we'll be supporting a lot how we can improve the dynamic exchanges. I won't repeat, these have been echoed by my colleagues within the panel, the importance of exchanges of information and experiences. And finally, very much an area that we'll be focusing on is capacity building, and we'll be very much looking forward to speaking to here in Seychelles with the authorities to see how we can assist. We have a lot of effort and a lot of resources and a lot of time to commit to capacity building, both from an operational, MCS operational perspective, but also from a legislative point of view, also training also with case preparations to ensure that when there is cases that go to court, that they're more likely to succeed in going and having and being able to apply sanctions, and they're more valuable. So that was very much in a nutshell. I wanted to underline the importance of SWIAP. I think it's a very important program. It's just starting, and I think we're very much looking forward to working. And I think that represents a very good concrete example of how like-minded states covering all the area within the Western Indian Ocean fishery can work together in the domain of MCS. So I think I can leave it there. I did not want to spend too much time on the gaps because I fully concur, and in the interest of time, with some of the colleagues that have spoken before me. So many thanks indeed.
Thank you, Mr. Ansel. I know I'm standing between everyone and lunch. So I've been indicated that we have a bit of time for questions. I'll open the floor for any questions from the audience. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Radley Weber. I'm the chair of the Seychelles Fishing Authority. Basically, one couple of questions I want to ask. One is to do with industrial fishing. As you know, in the Seychelles, we have purse seiners and we have longliners. The purse seiners have to transship their tuna at the fishing port, but the longliners, actually, they do it at sea. They transship at sea. The longliners pay a license, and purse seiners also pay the license, but the transshipment of the purse seiners at our port is also, they pay a certain amount depending on how much they've caught. But whilst with longliners, that's transshipment at sea, they do pay a bigger amount, but verifying the amount they catch is not necessarily easy. So it could be that they report less. I don't know if there's any experience on how to control that in other countries. My second question is to do with our semi-industrial fishing in Seychelles. We have nearly over 60 licensed semi-industrial. One of the problems we're having is that although they have a VMS on board, sometimes you take the VMS out and put it on a floating pallet. And so when you actually try to find out where they are, it's very difficult. And we also learned that they do a lot of drug trafficking as well. So I don't know if that is something that's happened in other countries and made a way of actually controlling this. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Do we have any panelists that would like to address the questions? Jude?
Okay, I'll address the first question. With regards to the long line vessel transshipment at sea, I think this is allowed through existing IUTC conservation management measures. There is even a regional observer program for the particular conservation management measures. There are observers on transshipment vessels that are based on transshipment vessels at sea, where longliners are doing the transshipment on the transshipment vessel. That the observers on the transshipment vessel, they are monitoring the activities that is happening at sea. However, there is illegal transshipment happening also, and that's where we need to have more stringent MCS action, and especially work between the countries ourselves at a regional level. And these can be detected through post-state measures or simply sharing information like entry-exit reports between countries.
I just wanted to compliment, thank you for the question, I just wanted to compliment that response. I think is an important one. Now, I think as Jude mentioned, I'm not going to echo that part of the question. There is other monitoring tools used for the transshipment at sea, the Regional Observer Program, for example, of IOTC. But I think something I wanted to underline is, yes, there are IOTC rules about transshipment at sea, but there are also some countries within IOTC who have a derogation from these rules. So I think this is something I wanted to underline, and this draws back to the question I was saying about level playing field. Yes, we'll focus on these legitimate operations and we'll focus on it, but there needs to be a level playing field within the regional management organization, within the frameworks. And I just wanted to underline that and also echo the point made by June that leaving that aside, there is also a need to monitor the illegal ones, completely illegal ones, which I think Earth observation, satellite use of this type of technology can really assist us. I just wanted to compliment on that point. Thanks.
Yes, there was a question pertaining to the transportation of contraband. Seychelles is also a member of SADC and also they have subscribed to or ratified the MCSE's charter. Now, we have also moved away from only talking about fisheries or illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing. We're also talking about fisheries crimes. So fishing vessels are increasingly being used, to do other things, contraband, transgressing immigration laws, etc. So in an instance where the sender detects, Seychelles has focal persons at the Seychelles Fisheries Authority who would then alert the authorities about suspicious activities pertaining to fisheries crimes, or not only necessarily fisheries authorities, but any law enforcement authorities that are mandated to deal with those issues. So yes, with the rest of the region, we are picking up the issues of fisheries crimes, and we have to decisively deal with this through the relevant law enforcement agencies.
Thank you, Doctor. We'll open the floor to another question. Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm regarding FADs. MCS, do they have any information on the amount of fads that's been caught on reefs or collected on the outer islands? How many tons of waste? And it's a very big maritime danger, especially DFADS hasn't got any beacons at sea. And now in Seychelles, we have a lot of tourism yachts or foreign vessels crossing our seas. And all these fads that's in our ocean, it's all black. If you spot them out in the ocean, maybe it should be about a mile or two, maybe less by the time you spot them. There's no beacon indicating to vessels cruising to and from mainland or any other islands that there is an obstacle in the sea. I don't know if the government or MCS has any control how many fads have entered our zone, meaning close to Mai or any other islands or the reef. Has anyone got any idea if it's possible for the IoT or whoever or SFA to collect them before they reach the reefs? Is there anyone that's monitoring any fads that's out of fishing zone?
Okay, thank you for the question. I'll leave the question to the panel if you can provide a response for that.
Thank you for the question. I will answer your question in two parts. First, straightforward. Actually now, MCS has no control on fads, okay? Because the fads are not being tracked by the MCS authorities nationally, even regionally. I think this region should replicate what the Pacific is doing. The Pacific are monitoring fads regionally through an organization, and they know where each and every fads are. I was there once. There was a fad on the mountain because somebody picked up a fad and bring it up on the mountain. We don't have this here in this region. Secondly, in 2019, the government of Seychelles approved a comprehensive plan. In it, there was fads control. One aspect of it was monitoring the funds, marking of the fads. Okay, with marking of the fads, you would have known how many fads is being put on board of the vessel, how many is coming back, even though if you're not tracking it electronically. Okay, but unfortunately, this was never implemented. Okay, but now I hear that the IOTC is going towards that direction through conservation and management measures. If that was implemented back then, or the following years, IOTC would have been more or less approving what was approved, implementing what was approved in 2019 by the government of Seychelles. Thank you.
Many thanks for the question. Just a few words to complement on the FAD. I mean, I think IOTC has gone a long way in this area, and I think with the adoption of the most recent resolution on FADs, I think that this represents a big step forward, and I think the requirement for the markings of FAD, the requirement, the phase utilization of biodegradable materials, and so on and so forth, and also with regard to the implementation of the limitation that now exists within the IOTC framework for the use of FADs by individual vessels. I think from an MCS point of view, we're there to control the rules. I mean, there to assess the rules, that they're accessible, controllable, and are working. And I think, just a very final comment, I think when it comes to monitoring the numbers of the FADs, the implementation that will soon be coming from the IOTC FAD registry represents quite a big step, because there will then be the tools in order to assess how many are at sea and the tracking of those at sea. I think this represents a good step, a very positive step. That's not to say that we don't need to invest heavily on MCS and to see that, as I was saying again, there's a level playing field. Not some fleet segments are respecting the rules while others are not, because that weakens the whole system. So there is a framework. I think the recent adoption of the IC resolution and the steps it sets is a very good one, but we have to ensure that the pressure on MCS continues to ensure that those limits, those markings, and those monitorings are absolutely well fulfilled, notwithstanding any future decision of the IODC Commission. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I believe we are out of time. I would like to thank the panelists who have given us quite a lot to think about, and also the audience for your questions. And in case you have any other questions, the panelists will still be around who can address your questions one-on-one. Thank you once again, the panelists. Thank you to the audience.
Thank you again to our speakers and panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, lunch is now served. Please enjoy your meal and take this opportunity to network and connect. We'll resume at 2 for our next session.
that is growing in activity and importance. A key strength of the Seychelles tuna industry lies in value addition, where tuna is processed into higher value products such as canned tuna that is exported to international markets, and a small amount of that is also consumed locally. This has multiplier effects for the economy and is a source of foreign exchange security. Beyond fishing and processing, Seychelles has developed to become a regional tuna hub, providing essential services such as transshipment, fuel bunkering, and other port services to both local and foreign fleets. The structure of the tuna industry allows Seychelles to capture value at multiple stages of the value chain, supporting exports, employment, and wider economic activity. So moving on to statistics, we will firstly have a look at the semi-industrial licenses over 2020 to 2025. Overall, looking at the graph, it is clear that there is a steady increase in the number of licenses. The largest is notably between 2021 and 2022, an increase of 12 licenses, which was above the average yearly increase of approximately 6 or 7 licenses, suggesting to us a competitive fishing year. By 2025, the number of licenses reached just over 70, almost doubling that of 2020's, suggesting a strong expansion in the activity of the semi-industrial fleet at the time, especially as this is one of the main opportunities for Seychelles investors to join the tuna fishing fleets, since it requires less capital expenditure to start the project compared to the larger industrial fleets. Moving on, we'll have a look at the per seiner licenses over the same period, so 2020 to 2025. Over this period, it is noticeable that there is mild volatility, with the overall trend remaining relatively stable at approximately a range of 45 to 49 licenses, except for 2024, where there was an increase up to 50 that was issued. The rise in the license uptake in 2024 onwards signifies the activity of the new foreign fleets that were licensed to fish in the Seychelles EEZ under new fishing agreements, as well as an increase in the Seychelles flagged per seiners. Having a look at the longliner licenses over the same period of time, it does show a differing trend. So in 2020, there was an increase from 2020 to a peak in 2021, indicating strong activity over that time period. However, from 2022 onwards, there has been, up to 2024, a sustained decline, with slight recovery in 2025. The reason for this decline is still being looked into, and there is ongoing research to understand why. So now moving on to have a look at some of the landings and transshipments statistics. So it is immediately evident from the graph that over the 5-year period, the landings and transshipment that occur in Port Victoria is significantly higher compared to the other regional ports in the region, with Port Victoria experiencing a range of 330,000 to 380,000 metric tons, compared to the other ports that saw an average of 18,000 to 31,000 over the 5-year period. Once again, this trend and this status reinforces Seychelles' role not just as a fishing ground, but as a central node in the regional tuna supply chain. Okay, so now we'll move on from catch to value to touch on exports. So looking at fisheries exports as a whole, tuna primarily dominates the fisheries exports, with both in 2024 and 2025, tuna exports making up 93% of total fisheries exports, with the two main export products being canned tuna and frozen tuna, reflecting both fishing activity and the strength of the processing sector locally. While this represents a strong reliance on tuna, as an export product. It also highlights the degree of concentration, which reinforces the need for product diversification and continued value chain development. Continuing with exports, we'll have a look at the exports by destination in 2025. So again, clearly from the graph, it is obvious that the European market remains the primary destination for Seychelles' tuna exports, accounting for the largest share, over 50,000 metric tons, of that primarily being canned tuna. On the other hand, Africa and Asia also represents promising markets, particularly for frozen tuna products, with Africa accounting for approximately 20,000 metric tons and Asia 16,000 metric tons in this year. Other regions listed on the graph, such as South America, North America, and the Middle East, acquire significantly less of the share of exports. So we'll have a look at the primary tuna export product, which is canned tuna. So it has shown some volatility over the past 5 years, but has remained at a strong and stable level. Over the period shown, it has peaked in 2022 at over 50,000 metric tons, decreasing slightly, but still remaining at high levels over 40,000 metric tons in 2025. So again, despite these fluctuations, canned tuna exports remain a central component of Seychelles' fisheries exports and is closely linked to the performance of the processing sector, especially as Seychelles hosts the largest tuna cannery in the region, of course, that being IOT. Moving on to the frozen tuna exports. So over the same period of 2020 to 2025, there has been some fluctuations, however, with a notable development in 2025, where exports increased sharply to just over 56,000 metric tons. Although it is important to note that this tuna is primarily considered as bycatch, consisting of juveniles or damaged tuna, with majority of this being shipped to the export markets in reefer containers. Overall, this trend highlights that frozen tuna exports can vary from year to year, but still remain a responsive component of the sector. So looking at the sector as a whole, beyond just exports, including services and other supporting industries, as already we've touched on exports, I will only highlight that it remains a key activity. In 2025, it generated over 5 million Seychelles rupees in revenue. For port-related services, such as the transshipments, landings, and other related services as net repairs, the revenue in 2025 was over 92 million Seychelles rupees, representing a significant increase of 50.7% from the previous year, with a key driver of this being the transshipment and landings revenue. Another important contribution to the local economy is the vessel bunkering at SAPEC. So industrial fishing vessels bunkered over 166,000 metric tons of fuel, valued at over $138 million in 2025, which definitely highlights it as a key contribution to the fisheries and to the economy. Therefore, once again, this not only demonstrates the scale of the fishing activity, but also the importance of Seychelles as a service center for these fleets operating in the region, thanks to its strategic location. So that brings me to the end of my presentation today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moustache, for that comprehensive presentation. We now invite you to direct your attention to the screen for a short audiovisual segment.
Tuna fisheries are a powerful economic engine. From fishing vessels to processing facilities, global markets to local communities, the tuna industry supports thousands of jobs and contributes billions to the global economy. For island nations like the Seychelles, tuna plays a vital role in national development. But the industry is evolving. Markets are demanding greater sustainability. Consumers are asking where their seafood comes from. Technologies are transforming how fisheries operate. The question is no longer only about catching fish. It is about creating value. How can countries capture more economic benefits from their marine resources? How can the industry innovate while remaining environmentally responsible? And how can transformation strengthen both local economies and global supply chains? This panel will explore the economic future of tuna fisheries, from value creation and innovation to sustainable industry transformation. Together, our speakers will examine how the sector can evolve to meet the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow.
We now move into the panel discussion moderated by Mr. Sharif Antoine, Fisheries Economist and Managing Director of DNS Fisheries. I invite our panelists to join him on stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Julie stated, the MC, my name is Sharif Antoine. I'm a fisheries economist, previously serving the role as senior economist at the Seychelles Fishing Authority, Fisheries Authority. But now I am currently just the managing director of DNS Fisheries, a semi-industrial longline operating business. So on this panel, I would like to just introduce the individuals. So on my left, we have Mr. Naran Payet. Mr. Naran Payet is also a semi-industrial longline operator and is the chairperson of the Seychelles Semi-Industrial Fishing Association. He has around 10 to 15 years of experience in the sector, and he's a very knowledgeable individual. On his left, we have Mr. Mudita Gunatilake. He is, whilst he has many operations outside of fisheries, but correct me if I'm wrong or if I'm overstepping, his passion is with fisheries, and he is the managing director of Malu Seychelles. One could say the biggest semi-industrial longline operator in Seychelles, and is part of the AFPES, the Association for Fisheries Processors and Exporters of Seychelles. On his left again, we have Mr. Richard Kwate. Yeah, he is the he is the senior department manager at IoT, and he oversees fish supply alongside key operational areas. And lastly, we have the government side, Ms. Julie Barra. She's an economist at the Department of Fisheries. Though she is, compared to the other panelists, new to the sector, she also has some deep understanding and insight of how the fisheries, specifically the tuna fisheries, operates. So now, for decades, Seychelles has been To a large extent, the regional hub for tuna fisheries in the Indian Ocean. But how can I say this? But this power was mainly derived through volume, meaning most of the tuna landed within Seychelles is then transited to other countries or distant shores. But with this new chapter, Seychelles has been exploring over the past few years, whereby it's transforming its industry and aiming to retain value. We see progresses through the facilities at Ilgipor, or even the newly but continued signed EU-Seychelles Sustainable Fisheries Partnership as a statement to this change. So moving along with the first question, which I will ask Mr. Narampayat. So Seychelles has been a global pioneer in blue bonds, yet a contradiction remains at the local level. Commercial and development banks still rely on past collateral models, often requiring immovable property as security while refusing to recognize vessels, and in some other countries like fishing quotas or long-term lease agreements as valid assets. In an era of high capital and operational cost, how can Blue finance initiatives or government intervention support the industry to use their available assets rather than their homes to secure the capital needed for transformation?
Thank you for your question, Sharif. Anyway, the main issue is simple. Our assets are not being recognized. Vessel quotas and license generate income, but banks still rely on land or immovable security. To fix this, we need a modern financing model. Government and Blue Finance initiative must create systems where vessels and fishing rights are bankable asset, possibly to guarantees and risk-sharing mechanism. I strongly feel that fishermen should not risk their homes to gain access in an industry where there is already value at sea.
Thank you, Mr. Naron. This is indeed a very valid statement, whereby fishermen cannot just dedicate their entire life savings to their homes just to buy an engine for their vessel or another ship to expand their existing fishing business. Now, the other question which I would like to ask refers about inclusivity. So true inclusivity is not just about consultation or notifying of measures already decided. It is also about shared decision-making. Currently, many operators feel that policies are designed for them rather than with them, leading to a disconnect between regulation and operational realities. How can the government and the industry move beyond ad hoc meetings to establish a formal co-management framework that integrates the knowledge and expertise of both parties, specifically for the tuna fisheries? Thank you.
Well, for your second question, right now, the gap is decision-making without enough industry input, I would say. Policies are often made first, then shared later. We need a formal co-management framework, structured committees, where government and industries sit together regularly, not occasionally, to make decisions jointly. Real inclusivity is not consultation. It is shared responsibility in decision-making. I truly feel that most of the time, when we do consultations, you feel that the decision is already made. You just come sit and sign the book for the consultation. So it would be great if other committees were formed whereby fishermen in the tuna industry sit at the table and discuss on them before they are put down further down the system to be approved.
So in other words, this would involve perhaps introducing a national formalized platform or a group, a committee made up of members of different areas within the...
We're active members in the fishing.
Active members, yes. Thank you. Now, the next set of questions goes to Mr. Mudita. Certification is often viewed as a technical hurdle, but in today's global and competitive landscape, it is a critical tool in accessing trade partners. As you lead the MSC, the Marine Stewardship Council certification for our semi-industrial longline yellowfin fleet, can you explain how this label will serve as a primary vehicle for securing the future of tuna for Seychelles? Specifically, how will achieving this gold standard allow our local operators to command higher price premiums and as well as maintain long-term access to high-value markets?
Good afternoon, everyone. Sharif, I mean, it's not just for the future, but even the present. MSC is seen as the gold standard in the industry, you rightly mentioned, so which opens up. It is a certification that gives an assurance to the consumer. End of the day, what we harvest, what we on the sea, what we sell, the product, goes to a consumer. So there is a demand created. Today, more and more consumers are conscious of environmental stability, fish stock management. So MSC certification gives an assurance and a guarantee to consumers. And there are especially certain countries, if you look at Scandinavian countries, most require certification to open those markets. And these are areas, for example, in certain sectors we don't. Your question was directed, let me be very specific, because we are looking at the semi-industrial sector here relating to the MSC, not all the sectors. So I'm speaking relating to the semi-industrial sector certification for MSC. The sector actually ticks all the boxes. One of the biggest challenges before was the yellowfin stock, which was not, there was a concern, was in red. So now we can address the concern. There has to be certain records. We have done analysis, the requirements. So now it's to develop a FIP, Fisheries Improvement Plan, accordingly, and work towards that and collect the data. So we are working with MSC in South Africa there to build this. Obviously, with the certification, already supermarket chains, consumers in certain markets, they are willing to pay a price because this is sustainably sourced. This is environmentally stable. So because of that, you can actually negotiate to get improved pricing, and that benefits. I'm a strong believer in not catching more, but yielding more, getting a higher yield from what you catch. So getting a higher value. And semi-industry tuna actually fetches the maximum benefits to the country in terms of per kilo per volume wise. And we should maximize the opportunity for the Seychelles boat owners and the factories by getting that certification. And this is why I've been passionate and driving this initiative forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mudita. Very salient points here. As he said, most countries are moving towards mandatory MSC certification. And with this industry-led initiative, I believe that we as a sector, even as a country, will progress with good hands. Now for the next question. So infrastructure is the backbone of competitiveness, yet our current logistical setup often forces processes to intervene and bear high costs. To truly transform our industry, what are the investments required in our ports, cold storage systems, and logistics chain today?
Yeah, interesting question, Sharif. Again, this one has to be taken up by sector. What is our tuna sector in the Seychelles? You have personnel, we have industrial longlining in the industrial sector, you have semi-industrial. The artisanal tuna caught mainly feeds back into the domestic market. So that is not much of a concern, and the volume is not significant there. So the main concern is the industrial level and the semi-industrial. So, but the requirements on each sector are different. So if you analyze, we don't have any, I think in the discussions today in the morning, it was mentioned, transshipment at sea, the entire longline industry. Again, we have to see, are we ready for it? Does it make, do we have, at that temperatures, -40 to -60?
Do we have unloading gear, the ports available? We do have, obviously compared to before, we have IPHS, CCCS, all these, even though yet, can we manage those temperatures? And transshipping at that cost, and the cost. Why some of these things are done? Because one of our main factors that affect fisheries is the cost of utilities. Can it be addressed? This is a national, where everybody, all the stakeholders need to get together and work on it. How do we find ways to reduce cost? So storing at -60, -40 to -60 range is a challenge. So I'm just discussing the long line transshipment. So this is probably why, and we have to see how feasible. Then something that affects both, because these are frozen all, personering and long line. How does this fish go? Containers. And one of the biggest problems we have at the moment, I think we've seen recently as well, is not enough plug points to plug containers, not enough container yards. There's a huge shortage of containers availability. People are stuck with fish. You store the fish for longer, the cost go up, the cost of that fish. These are challenges. We have to be realistic on all these things before, to develop things all together at the same time. You can't expect one to happen without the rest of it. I mean, I am no expert in the industrial, but I know there are certain involvements I have. So this is why I'm able to speak, So from plug points, container, the infrastructure to transship, whether we have the equipment, the transportation, is the port ready? Can we have so much? Is there specific areas for reefer containers? Do we have sufficient reefer container yards? Things like that. These are some of the key challenges, because what happens is very minimal value addition, except within Thai Union, where we do the canning. This fish is used here. The fish from the Persian vessels and the longliners are not, otherwise much is done locally, but they are basically transshipped. So there's potential. I know the Zone 14 coming up. Hopefully, Minister, we soon have things sorted out with SFA and everyone, so we can actually, maybe there are plans for some value addition, maybe for some other person, and so we're hoping that that'll also yield. Again, when that value addition is done, at what cost? Remain concerned. So these are things that we openly need to discuss and develop as much as the infrastructure and the facilities. Then when it comes to semi-industrial, that's different. We have different challenges. We don't have enough. These are small modifications. You don't need capital. It's just to understand and communicate with the industry. And I think discuss. There are people with thoughts and ideas who know what some of the things that need doing. And some of the small things like having additional sheds in Providence Zone. You can unload 3 vessels instead of 2. Immediately you increase by 33% your unloading capacity. We have been in discussion for 6 years regarding including cold storage capacity at the airport, which is limited storage. When a peak season we have fish, as you know, fisheries is a seasonal thing. The airport doesn't have capacity for cold storage because it's the same storage we use for imports as well as exports. The whole infrastructure on the airport needs to be looked. These are not massive costs. Again, there are funding available to develop these. It's just the will and the people, because they are different SCA. You need to get them involved. And these are discussions that were had, and the private sector might be willing to invest, actually. The weighbridge is a problem. It's in the hot sun. How do you put fish in the hot sun to weigh? You have individual, you take a pallet of fish for export. In other countries where they are advanced, you can load an aircraft 1 hour before. We need 3 or 4 hours before the fish to come out and sit outside. Challenges because the scales and the scanners are not large enough to take a pallet. You take a big pallet of 10 boxes of fish, people have to lift one by one. So these are basic things, and sadly,
I think it does. Thank you, Munita. Okay. Now, our next panelist, Richard Kwati from IoT. First question. As the cornerstone of our industrial processing sector, IoT represents our greatest success in value addition. Yet the statistics show missed opportunities, with thousands of tons of tuna moving through the port of Victoria. A vast majority of about 70% is transshipped overseas as raw commodity, leaving only a fraction of that total value captured within our borders. Given this reality, how can Seychelles move the needle to retain greater economic value locally and tap into opportunities for diversification and product innovation?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So, value-added tuna, of which IoT is, of course, proud to be part of, or currently doing a lot of exports. Looking at the markets out there, there are just a few markets that you can actually, well, attain good realization for profits, and which is Europe and then the UK. And IoT is definitely into that. But to maximize value-added tuna, maybe we look at other markets, like you saw the chart earlier on, the Americans. There are hardly any exports from Seychelles to America. So that's one place where we can maximize, just so that we can add some value to the tuna. And as my colleague here mentioned, of course, storage is a big problem in Seychelles. And without good storage facilities, we will not be able to add much more value to our tuna. Believe it or not, IoT doesn't even have enough storage facility. Our current production volume of about 6,000 tons a month is just probably what we have in terms of capacity in-house. And we all rely on CCCS as extra storage capacity to be able to survive. So, of course, that's one thing that can help Seychelles. But also, there are other challenges that we face as an industry. One of the greatest challenges is, of course, our conversion cost, which is impacted mostly by our high utility cost and then our direct cost as well. In Seychelles, even though we have that advantage of the availability of the fish, with everything that goes on in terms of utilities, freight cost, and importations of everything that we need, it adds too much cost to our final product, and it makes us less competitive. IoT, being part of Thai Union, which is an international network, has so many companies elsewhere in the world. IoT is actually one of the most expensive companies to produce tuna. And our volumes have dropped over the last few years because we cannot keep being competitive enough. We were doing 74,000 tons in 2020. We are barely reaching 60,000 tons in 2026, which is close to 20% drop of volume. So for us to maximize this, we need certain kind of interventions that would help us to be sustainable in the industry. And of course, the greatest one is our cost of production, which is high. And I believe that if IoT is saying this, then it means that other companies, other industries are also facing the same challenges, because cost of production in Seychelles is really, really high. So if there is a way to cushion a bit the cost of production, definitely we can maximize our value for tuna.
Thank you. Again, this goes back to the question whereby 70% is transshipped, and as Mr. Kwate stated, one of the biggest components is the lack of storage. So with higher, bigger container areas or containers, perhaps a bigger chunk of landings in Seychelles can be maintained within our borders. So my next question, as a key subsidiary of Thai Union, IoT operates within the world's most extensive seafood network. From this unique vantage point, what are the most pressing challenges you are seeing in the global tuna trade today? And conversely, how is IoT leveraging its global intelligence to identify emerging opportunities that will move Seychelles towards a more competitive and innovative future?
Thank you. So one of the major pressing challenges are obviously the consumer preferences, which changes from time to time. In 2020, during COVID, of course, everybody was relying on canned products because of the pandemic that we faced. So it looked as if canned tuna was going to be like the next gold. But of course, years coming towards now, 2026, the consumer's preferences has changed a bit. The demand for canned tuna is not as high as it used to be. And also, consumers are now going in more for cheaper products on the market rather than our high-cost products on the market. So that's one of our challenges that we face. IoT on its own has tried to, as much as possible, to reduce costs in different ways. We are currently running our production 4 days a week. So we try to compact the volumes within 4 days a week and then keep the factory running for only 4 days instead of 5 days where we'll have to pay more utility costs and all that. It isn't probably enough, but we are hoping that these things can help us be a bit more competitive in the market. We are also very key on sustainability. That's one of the key words for Thai Union, where we have a strategy for sustainability. The focus is, of course, on the people and on the planet. We try to limit waste as much as possible because, of course, waste is expensive. So one of our key our leverages is to limit our waste, and with the wastewater treatment plant that we have, and also we have the incinerator to burn the sludge from the wastewater treatment plants, just to make sure that we don't have so much waste going into landfill as well. So in terms of cost reduction, these are some of the measures that IoT is doing. We hope to stay competitive, because if we cannot stay competitive, then we will not be able to survive in such global challenges. Thank you.
Thank you. That was very good. One of the key takeaways I would like to share is the caveat around value addition. Like most of us would love an industry whereby we are creating value, but we need to be cautious of whether this added value actually achieves a level of efficiency or yield or return that is indeed beneficial. So as much as we as a country would like to create value through our tuna, but we also need to be careful of how we are creating this value. Okay, now my next question goes to Ms. Barra from the government, the Department of Fisheries. The newly signed EU-Seychelles Sustainable Fisheries Partnership Agreement Protocol is more than just an access agreement. It is a framework for structural transformation. While the protocol strengthens our partnership with our largest market, its success depends on how it promotes inclusive participation. In your view, how will the government strategically utilize the sectoral support funds to bridge the gap for local operators, ensuring that they are not just spectators, but active participants in a competitive and inclusive tuna economy?
Thank you, Sharif. Thank you, Sharif, for this interesting question. The sectoral support component under the EU-Seychelles FTA creates a real opportunity for Seychelles to move beyond the traditional access arrangement to one that increases the participation of the actors within the industry. In a more practical terms, the government can use this fund to address the structural constraint that has historically limited the actors' participants, as you mentioned. Firstly, investment in fisheries management and data system remain critical. Strengthening our monitoring, our scientific research, as well as our the Observer program, does not only ensure sustainability, it also creates the opportunity for the operators to operate in a more predictable environment, whilst also for them to be able to plan their activity with much more certainty. Secondly, the infrastructure development remains central. Continued investment in processing zone, in ICE facilities, in lending facilities, will help to reduce some of those inefficiencies and improve product quality and enable the local operators to better integrate in the value chain. And we also are putting a greater emphasis on the post-harvest development and value addition, even though you mentioned your concern about it. We are supporting business to move beyond the primary activities to add a greater share of value in the product. We are also supporting the capacity building as well as institutional support through the training programs as well as the support to the industry so that we can strengthen our human capacity and the sector coordination in general. Finally, a stronger monitoring, control, and surveillance is very important, especially if we want to maintain the sustainability and for us also be able to maintain our access to the premium markets such as the EU. Overall, the sectoral support is not meant to be used as a direct subsidy, but as a strategic goal to strengthen the ecosystem, like you mentioned, to increase the participation of the actors within the sector for them to remain competitively for a longer period of terms. Yeah.
Thank you, Julie. But I would like to elaborate a bit more regarding this question. The allocation of the sectoral support can be viewed as opaque. It can be viewed as something which is not inclusive to the entire industry. In your view, is there possibly any means the government, together with the industry, can join together to bridge the gaps and glue bits and pieces together so that there is a level of inclusivity in terms of where the money should be spent?
That's a really tough one. Can you repeat again, please? You are breaking my brain cells.
So, in other words, it would be, is there a possible way, like the government, together with industry or NGOs or whoever, can join in together, maybe on a platform or a committee, a steering committee, that can ultimately decide on where the funds will be allocated to, on the specific areas which are the most difficult or pertinent? Thank you.
In my opinion, it's possible, but again, we can arrange for it. I believe, yeah.
I guess what I'm saying is let's promote good governance between each party. Yes.
Important is the key first thing you said. Can the government and? That is the importance. So let's get that right, then you can decide on everything else. More dialogue is required and more discussion with the real industry, active industry. This is key to any success. And that is important. So that then you can discuss the allocation of this among many other things, all the challenges in the future and policies. And so there has to be more collaboration between the sectors. So that way we have questions, queries, everything addressed there.
Thank you. Now, the next question. While we often discuss climate change as an environmental issue for the tuna industry, it is a direct economic threat to our resilience. As our stocks shift and sea temperatures rise, how is the government moving beyond traditional conservation to actively support the industry in mitigating these climate change-related shocks?
Thank you again, Sharif. The tuna industry has demonstrated strong resilience in the past, particularly during the COVID-19. Sorry, that's the wrong one. Sorry, climate change is no longer just about an environment issue. It is a direct economic economic risk to the tuna industry, affecting the stock distribution, the catch predictability, and the operational variability. In response to that, the government is moving beyond the traditional conservation approach to one that is focusing on the resilience as well as the adaptive capacity. A key priority is strengthening the scientific research and the ocean monitoring system. As the tuna shift, there is a need to improve our data collection system as well as the timely analysis so that the industry as well as the policymaker can make a more timely analysis as well as a more adaptive decision. Secondly, there is a growing emphasis on the adaptive fisheries management by using a more flexible measure to adapt to the changing tuna stock pattern, while also maintaining sustainability. Thirdly, we are also supporting diversification and value addition, even though you're not part with it, so that the industry is less dependent on the stock volume, and they will be able to better withstand the fluctuation that is associated with the catch that is linked to the climate change. Finally, tuna is a migratory species, so therefore regional cooperation through our FMOs remains important, especially if we want to overcome the common challenges that comes with the climate change within the region. So overall, the approach is to transition from the conservation only approach to one that is actively support the industry to adapt with the climate change. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Parra. Now I have one general question, which is the juicy part of this panel discussion. So during COVID-19, tuna fisheries proved its resilience as the bedrock of our economy, while other sectors faltered. However, we are now entering a new era of volatility, with the conflict in the Middle East disrupting global supply chains and pushing crude oil towards $120 per barrel. We are looking at a nearly 50% surge in energy costs compared to pre-war levels. While Seychelles has been shielded from these fluctuations thus far, we know that economic lag is inevitable. In your expert view, what are the adverse impacts our industry must prepare for, and how can we safeguard the competitiveness of our industry during times of conflict? Okay.
Let me have a go at that, Sharif. Sharif, I need to correct you there. We are not being shielded from this. If you're talking about tuna, maybe within the domestic country, our utilities have been maintaining our prices at the shed. The vessel cost, remember, all our tuna is transported away from Seychelles. It needs to get transportation. All the container prices have gone up. We are struggling with delays in containers. So air freight fuel surcharge has significantly gone up. So what that has done is eroded our margins. And the prices have remained the same. And consumers are very wary. And HoReCa in most countries are not working the same because they have the fear of the war. So we are actually, when it comes to what is this specific tuna conference, the tuna industry, they are affected in every way already from the minute this happened. So this is actually there. So that is a little correction on what you said, that the tuna sector is affected significantly, and we are challenged very much.
I just may correct myself. So partially shielded, because as you know, the government is placing measures to mitigate some of the major adverse impacts of the conflict.
We are not part of the conflict, so we are safe in that sense. So, but you mentioned COVID. That was a different challenge to what we're going to face. Again, the cost to set up infrastructure or be prepared, this is a concern that we have. Storage capacity,
fuel storage. So we need to take it, what possible, if it's climate change, it's even bigger. So do we have, this is again something, all the potential risk we need to form and discuss at a national level to see, be it additional storage for fuel, the necessary equipment, gear, or what the impacts might be on the connectivity is the biggest problem. So are we going to have improved connectivity regional-wise, cargo vessels, that in case of a situation where containers can be transported to a nearby hub? So what is the national strategy behind that having a challenge? Already we are stuck, our dependency on the UAE and the Middle East for goods. Containers are, many people, containers are stuck, building materials, so on. So if we, are we going to have our own options of moving things? So in case, so these are things that national level need to be discussed, whether we invest into that kind of connectivity, because that will be one of the key. If we increase fuel storage, obviously we are fortunate being small. We had 3 months stock, so prices, it's already imported compared to other countries which need almost monthly imports. So at the station prices, but how much more can you store for what period? That storage means cash trapped, capital stuck, infrastructure for storage, land, all these things to be taken into consideration. So it's not a very easy question, immediate to answer, but challenges are, these are the areas we need to, cold storage, additional storage, fuel storage, connectivity, air connectivity. What are we going to do? I mean, Air Seychelles suddenly overnight changed the strategy and started flying to Europe. So these are things that need, because for semi-industrial that helps. And the strategy was written actually. We wrote a paper, and so these are things that need to be considered in this process. And sorry, can I make a small correction? That's the answer for, you know, and the little correction of the presentation, we saw that tuna export is 1,000 times more than what it read there, the value. It is not 5 million rupees, it is 5 billion. So that's a correction. So just to point out, I mean, I saw the presentation, I was a bit, so it said 5M, it should be a 5B. That is the value of the tuna export. So just for correction there. And a little thing, because I did not realize anything, for infrastructure question, I missed out one critical area. Sorry, because it's important. If any note is taken and action is taken forward, it will be useful. We also need an area for vessel repair, be it industrial, be it semi-industrial, because it's a challenge. We don't have an area for minor maintenance work, repair zone, some things that is important for the industry. So that is a key thing across from semi-industrial to industrial vessels. These are something, a zone, an area where work can be done is something that even for semi-industry it's easier, but for the other ones. And in terms of port, better management of the quays, because there are dead vessels often and we need active vessels, and some form of where people can have a cemetery, where vessels that are not functional can be moved and kept, sort of, that is important, part of the better management of ports.
Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay.
I just want to add that aside the surging rise in freight costs and all that, I think the scariest part is the delay in transit due to the war. I mean, most of the things that we forecast to arrive in 6 weeks or in 4 weeks are taking much, much more time to arrive, and it impacts the industry in a whole. And that's maybe some of the things we should look at. It can be an opportunity for Seychelles as a whole as well. Certain things that probably we would be sourcing from outside, if we can source from within Seychelles, then it will be better. So maybe other sectors can look at a way of taking the opportunity to provide solutions to some of the services that are being impacted because of the delay in transit. And this is not about tuna.
Thank you. I would like to now open questions to the floor for our panelists. Yes?
Good afternoon. Just to pick on you, Richard, your very last statement, I would be really interested to hear exactly what IoT would require that could be sourced locally?
Thanks, Christoph. I think the list goes on and on.
I've got all afternoon.
Well, I can just tell you an example of a certain type of glue that we needed. Glue. We were able to source it locally. It's not manufactured locally, but we're later able to source it locally. But yes, you're right. But if we can get some kind of sources locally, it would have been better for us. That's what I'm saying. And the list goes on and on, Christoph. I have your email address. I'll send you a list of everything, Christoph. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think everybody's right now talking about what the impacts will be of the increase in fuel prices as well as obviously freight charges. We have seen in the last few months in Bangkok, in Seychelles, FOB prices rise for tuna in brine. Are we seeing the same thing for fresh tuna? And how much of your additional cost do you think you will be able to pass on to your customers? Thank you.
How much of the cost can be passed? We have not increased.
Sorry, I'm saying if your costs rise for producing, you don't think you'll be able to pass on any cost?
No. Okay. On the contrary, the demand has gone down. We're dropping prices to get rid of fish. So what has happened is because the uncertainty, we used to be a tourism place, people are not traveling. The fear, utility costs have gone up in Europe. It's shocking impact. For example, Europe is one of the key markets, among other, across. So even though we have, Middle East used to be one of our markets. So suddenly you have shut down, say, 20%, 25% of your market, the entire Middle East region. So you now have to compensate for this. Then the rest of the world is also feeding the same market, what's available. We are small. Our 60 vessels, you need to recognize, in the semi-industry is very tiny in the regional. You are talking with all the countries, thousands and thousands, from Philippines, Sri Lanka, all the rest, thousands of vessels. So we are very, very small supplier in this scale. So, but still, that, say 20% was our Middle East market, suddenly we had to push it to. And there, people are not going out as well because of increase in the utility costs, the energy costs, and all the rest. So there's, again, a challenge. So the prices have dropped. You can't just, because it's a commodity. It's demand, just like oil. Lack of it goes up. Availability drops down. You can't dictate terms. If we push our price, they won't buy. So we've been hit two ways. The price drop, as well as increase in cost. It's a matter of getting the fish out and surviving for the time being. Keep it afloat.
So it's behaving differently to canned tuna, very, very much.
Yes, it is different because of the reasons that I explained.
Okay, good afternoon. Lindsay from Seychelles Ports Authority. Mr. Moody, it's always a pleasure to comment on some of the concerns that you have. Last year, I attended the conference, and you had a concern regarding, some comments regarding other shipping lines and the cost of freight, if you remember that conversation well. So this time around, you mentioned the matter of plug points at the terminal, at the port. This is something that is very valid, and this is something that is really concerning for SPA and also the terminal operator. Because there's been a decrease in reefer vessels to a certain extent in the past years, because a lot of fish is also going exported through containers. So you have this increase, so the infrastructure, the land capacity is pretty much the same, but then you have this extra need to be able to accommodate containers for exporting and even empty containers as well, and so on. Just to reassure you and also the audience, SPA is still in discussion with several key stakeholders with regards to land to be allocated to store containers, for reefer containers, and also even dry and also full in its different forms. So we're keeping a close eye on that so that we make sure that the whole logistics exercise in terms of placing containers and so on goes smoothly, so that we don't have a lot of bottlenecks in the future. There are certain projects being discussed and on the way, so we look forward to that materializing. Thank you.
I guess that was just a comment, and that's great to hear. So there was no intervention from me required there, but thank you. It's great to hear that, and I'm glad things have been, measures have been taken. Good.
Thank you very much. Now, we need to know the costs and benefits. And to do that, it's got to be quantified. We need, do we have enough economists, economic planners? And if we do not have them, what are we going to do about it? Because, people just don't invest just like that. They need to look at the profit margin. That's the question is more addressed to the SFA or the ministry.
Thank you, Mr. Michaud, for the question. Obviously, the capacity building is something that I think SFA and the Department of Fisheries, as well as many ministries, are facing. There is a lack of that. Obviously, we need more economists. We need more other technicians in the sector to help the sector and to help the Seychelles as a whole, But this is something that we need, obviously, and perhaps, I don't know how we're gonna get them. Yeah.
I agree. I'm available if anyone's looking. But going back to Mr. Michaud's question, which is indeed an important question, because I believe the main decision needs to be made at the macro level. So what are the biggest opportunities for Seychelles and where the biggest yield is, whether it's fresh fish or canned tuna or whatever, we need individuals, competent individuals that will be able to assess these questions and provide policies that will benefit Seychelles for the future.
My question is general knowledge for maybe the public or for us in here. How many boats are actually tied up to the docks or actually in the semi-industrial fishing? Do you know the amount of boats that we have that's doing that?
It depends. We will not say in the cemetery. In the cemetery, maybe we have around 10 boats. But we have a lot of vessels not operating because of bad fishing from last year. And this year, when it was picking up, we have this war affecting logistics, fish quality. For example, we have fish sending to a destination. Instead of reaching in 2 days, it's reaching in 5 days. So we're getting a lot of downgrade, a lot of claims from our invoice. So with this specific scenario now, we are having maybe up to 20 vessels which are not operated, that has a long line licenses. We have a 60, 65, 67 around. Yeah.
But about 20, like Naren said, half of that might be related to economic. The rest are due to personal reasons or technical issues. Boats are going to have certain issues. Certain people will not repair and do that. So some boats, there's a life as well.
Yeah, there's a life.
They're not worth. So even though they are there with a license, they are not operating because practically it doesn't make sense. Because of challenges, they have to replace engines and other reasons. So there are no boats otherwise that are there. Most of we have several times even gone by name with SFA and sent the list of the individual boats, what we know the status. Maybe a few because of personal issues, but currently there's a bit more because of the present challenges they are facing with cost.
Just
There it is. When we did the count last week at Providence, I think there were 7 semi-industrial that hadn't been operating for 6 months. Okay, but others that had been previously idle had started fishing again, so the numbers come down, but it's 7 that hadn't been active for 6 months. They seem to have more, let's say, we'll call it pervasive problems with either, sometimes it can be ill health, sometimes it could be mechanical issues. So seven inactive vessels as a proportion of the total is much less than it was before.
It's normal. That is a normal expectation anyway. Number of children absent from the class in a day is almost the same percentage probably. If you have 30 students in the class, 2-3 are sick in a day.
Also, just to add, last comment, it's not just semi-industrial vessel. It could be illegal vessels that's blocking the ways for illegal vessels. Yes. Okay. That being said, I would like to thank everyone, the panelists. Very, very fun discussion. So a round of applause to everyone and closure to session 2.
We will now...
You could say from there.
It's easier. Okay, thank you to our panelists and speakers. We will now take a short coffee break. Please return at 3:30 for our final session. Merci. Good afternoon, everyone. Please be seated for us to resume our session. For our final session, we turn our attention to high sea. For our final session, we turn our attention to high sea biodiversity and ocean governance, focusing on advancing regional engagement in areas beyond national jurisdiction. To begin, I invite Mr. Crescent Babe, Director General of the Department of Blue Economy, to deliver his presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Crescent Babe. I am the Director General for the Department of Blue Economy. And the title of my presentation, as stated by our colleague earlier, is about advancing regional engagement in areas beyond national jurisdiction. The aim of this presentations will be focusing mainly on, or will be highlighting the importance of BBNJ for Seychelles specifically, as well as for the regional states. And also I will be providing some updates on its implementation from a national level and what Seychelles is doing to facilitate support the implementations of BBNJ locally as well as at in regional level as well. I believe many of you may be preview or aware of BBNJ, but for those who doesn't know what really BBNJ is, I've just this slide, what it's showing right now is what really BBNJ is in terms of it is an international treaty or agreement that aims to preserve and sustainably use the marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. So the image being shown on the screen right now is just a conceptual idea of what is ABNJ or area beyond national jurisdiction. What you can see on the screen are the continents globally. The green parts, or the green components, are the main continents. You can see Africa, Europe, and Australia, and the others. And the white parts are the EZ of every coastal state. And the blue parts, this is the ABNJ, the area beyond national jurisdiction. And this is where the BBNJ treaty applies to, mainly on the blue parts, where in normal terms we say no man's land, but as for the ocean, it's an area for everyone that does not belong to anyone. So this is BBNJ. The treaty as an implementation or implementing agreement, it has 4 key main topics, focus area or thematic areas. It has number one thematic areas, which is area-based management tools, or in short, ABMTs. This component focuses a lot on the establishment or setting out of processes that will facilitate the establishment of MPAs in areas beyond national jurisdictions. And these processes might include submission of proposals, consultations, notification procedures, decision-making process, as well as for the provision for coordination within existing regional sectors and regional bodies, and to avoid duplications and coherence as well. And it also has another component, which is environmental impact assessment. This is a component that put a lot of emphasis on processes for the implementation or establishment of EIAs in areas beyond national jurisdiction, which focuses a lot on screening processes, screening of activities, types of EIAs to be established or implemented in areas beyond national jurisdiction, processes for public notifications and consultations prior or during the establishment of EIAs. And there's the other component, which is marine genetic resources, or we call it in short MGRs. This is where the framework creates, for the first time globally, a multilateral system for access and benefit sharings for MGRs within areas beyond national jurisdictions. And of course, there's a fourth component in this same treaty, which is which put a lot of emphasis on capacity building and transfer of marine genetic resources. And in this component, the agreement established a structured and a need-based framework to support developing countries in terms of identification of capacity needs, priorities, trainings, infrastructure for the implementation of the treaty. So this is in general the components of the treaty that has been which is currently into force since January 2026. To date, as I've just stated, since January 17, 2026, the treaty came into force. Actually, there's approximately 88 countries that are formal parties to the treaty, and 143 countries have signed the treaty globally. In terms of ratification of the treaty, signing and ratification of the treaty at a regional basis, precisely in the Swayo region, today, according to the information that I have, these are the countries or states in the region that have signed and also ratified the treaty. And these are Seychelles, Mauritius, Madagascar, Kenya, Maldives, and of course, there are other countries that are included in the list of UN, such as Mozambique, Tanzania, South Africa, and Comoros, but have not yet ratified the treaty. In terms of regional benefits that the treaty brings, so at a regional level, there are several benefits in terms of economic benefits, social benefits, environmental preservation and conservation benefits, and also as well as multilateral benefits that the region might benefit from. But I've just listed some of these benefits on the screen, so you might see. The treaty helps will also help in protecting shared ecosystem beyond our borders. As you may all be aware that there are several species in our ocean that migrates from our EEZ to outside or external part of our EEZ, and it might be affected or be under pressure by other users outside our EEZ. And this treaty protects species that migrates, important species that we depend upon in our EEZ that might migrate outside our EEZ. It's also facilitated the strengthening of fisheries sustainability as it prevents overfishing just outside our national waters, and which can undermine local fishing stocks. And also stronger governance of high seas activities, which helps regional states influence decisions affecting nearby waters they depend on but don't control. And they also have fair access. They provide fair access to marine genetic resources. For example, for Swayo developing states, that means in terms of marine genetic resources, there are potentials for revenue collections and access to research and innovation. These are benefits that the treaty can provide to countries that have signed the treaty within the region. The bottom line is that it gives the region another voice, a tool that can be used to protect our high seas as well as use it in a sustainable manner. going down from a regional basis down to Seychelles as a small island developing state. Probably many of us are asking, why did Seychelles sign the treaty? What is the importance of the treaty for Seychelles? As you can see on the screen, in blue color and also as the red circle, Seychelles is a small island state within the Indian Ocean and surrounded by 1.3 million square meters of oceans and has approximately 115 islands. And I would say that more than 50% of our EZ are adjacent to high seas or waters outside our EZ or the BBNJ. And I would say that most of our economic pillars are highly dependent upon the ocean, such as tourism as well as fisheries, which is the main basis of discussion for today. And it's important to note that Seychelles faces loads of climate change issues that are related to the ocean, such as sea level rise, coral bleaching, ocean acidification. And we are highly dependent upon the ocean, be it in our EZ or outside our EZ. And this is why the government of Seychelles decided to embrace the treaty as a benefit or as a support for our resources locally and at a regional basis. It is really important to note that Seychelles has been really active in the engagement, in the development or discussion of the treaty for more than, I would say, approximately 10 years. And as stated on the screen, since 2015, 2018 mostly, we've been active in intergovernmental discussions, the basis for discussions and negotiation for the treaty. And Seychelles signed the treaty, a commitment to ratify the treaty in 2022. And in September 2024, and we ratified the treaty in 2024. Actually, signed the treaty in 2023, commitment to ratify, and ratify the treaty in 2024. And to ensure maximum involvement and engagement of key stakeholders at the national basis, Seychelles did a familiarization training in 2024, whereby we trained and enhanced the capacity of more than 20 local stakeholders in terms of understanding the importance of the treaty and how national key stakeholders can contribute towards implementation of the treaty. We are still active in the preparatory discussion for the PrepCom, which will start in January 2027, and as the treaty has already come into force in January 2026. Okay, so this is just an idea of the timelines and active participation of Seychelles throughout all these discussions and negotiation for the implementation of the treaty. So what are the benefits of this treaty for Seychelles and small island states like ours? Like I stated earlier, for the regional level, there are several benefits, economic benefits, social benefits, and environmental preservation and conservation benefits, as well as enhancing our multilateral relationship with countries in the region. Regarding economic benefits of the treaty, of course, it will improve our domestic and industrial fisheries sector in terms of preservation of these resources while they migrate outside our EEZ, and it will also promote ocean-based jobs and revenue. These are ideas of economic benefits that the treaty will bring to our country. In terms of social benefits, definitely, the treaty pushes forward some key processes and key components for the constructions or building or enhancing the capacity of our people locally through the provision of training or opportunities that our young scientists can have while venturing in regional scientific research that can be conducted outside, that will be conducted outside our EZ. And regarding multilateral benefits, that Seychelles will or the region will benefit in, as stated or having stated previously, the treaty cannot really be implemented by one state alone. There's a need for regional cooperation, regional discussion, regional consultations, and this is where the country will benefit or will gain the opportunities for further discussions with regional states in the region towards or while moving towards implementation of the treaty. All right, and as a small state, since the treaty came into force in January 2026, a lot are being done to facilitate or to push forward the implementation of the treaty both at the national level and at a regional level. At the national level, since the treaty came into force in January 2026, I said this earlier, we've conducted several trainings at the national level where we've trained more than 30, up to 30 local professionals in terms of understanding the importance of the treaty and their potential contribution towards implementation of the treaty. And we are not at a level where we are currently being supported by UNEP to conduct an assessment and an evaluation on our national institutions, legal aspects, policies, and capacity, so that we can understand the gaps, challenges, and issues which can or will be pushed towards policy interventions which will facilitate the implementation of the treaty. Actually, we started the assessment in April, 2 weeks ago, where we conducted an inspection report. We gathered several key partners in the countries to have legal discussions and policy discussions in terms of policy, infrastructure, structure, and processes locally to see where are the gaps, where are the issues that we must address to facilitate the implementation of the treaty. And in June, we will be doing another further assessment. And in October, we will have all the recommendations in place. And in January next year, we will be providing a report and the recommendations on how or what needs to be done to really address the implementation of this treaty, where we'll have a list of all challenges or list of all the issues and gaps that will need to be addressed by the government and move forward with the implementation of the treaty. And these supports have been provided by the UNEP. At the regional level, to ensure that this treaty is effectively being implemented. Last week, Seychelles, with approximately more than 45 individuals coming from different states in the region, Sri Lanka, Madagascar, Mauritius, Kenya, and even from islands in the Pacific. We had 2 days discussions in this same room here, where we had discussion precisely towards some of the legal aspect, with the aim of understanding the legal situation within the regions, where we can pick up or identify key issues in terms of legal structure and processes, which can be used or translated into policy interventions to facilitate the interventions. And Seychelles is also active in the HAC, which is an ambitious coalition alongside Palau and EU, which is currently being secretariat by ICN is the secretariat, to also continue the advocacy on promoting the importance of the treaty at the regional level. And we are also active in several key working groups regionally, promoting the importance of BBNJ and understanding its challenges so that we can work as a region to really facilitate its implementation. As I stated earlier, this treaty cannot really be implemented by one state alone, since it's addressing areas beyond national jurisdiction. And throughout these interventions or initiatives that Seychelles conducted with other countries or islands or coastal states in the region, we have gathered some list of lessons learned that we would like to share with you all, and as well that we must consider while we move towards implementation of the treaty. And as I repeat again, one key lesson learned: this treaty cannot be implemented or by one state alone. Therefore, regional coordination is not optional. It is a foundation. Therefore, regional countries are interconnected through shared ecosystems, and institutions like Nairobi Conventions, IOTC, and others must have harmony, or must have or be willing to discuss this treaty and see how we can establish a harmony towards its key aspect of its implementation. And of course, as I stated earlier, a key area that we need to be addressed is the legal aspect or component of the implementation of the issue, as we have noted that legal readiness is a major bottleneck that is in existence locally as well as regionally, as many states have ratified the treaty but lack domestic legal frameworks to really operationalize the treaty. Of course, capacity is always an issue, and precisely for small island states, and because BBNJ implementation relies a lot on experience and knowledge on environmental impact assessment, marine spatial planning, biodiversity monitoring. Therefore, we need to enhance the capacity of our people, of our professionals. We need to identify the specific needs and address these needs to facilitate its implementation. And of course, as stated, most of these states or even Seychelles, we do have institutional issues and lack of coordination at times. And there's a need to simplify institutional arrangements and coordination arrangements to really have a specific body or reasonable structure to really facilitate the coordination and implementations of this treaty. And in terms of sustainable financing, early development of the strategies, financing strategies is key for the implementation of the treaty. An overall message I would like to share with all of you: countries should treat BBNJ implementation not as a standalone obligation, but as a core pillar of regional ocean governance and blue economy strategies. Therefore, the success is not just about signing the treaty, but it's about establishing or building systems such as the legal system, scientific, financial, and institutional system at both national level and regional level for the effective implementation of the treaty. With that, I will say thank you to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Babe, for that presentation. We invite you to direct your attention to the screen for a short audio segment.
Nearly half of the world's ocean lies beyond national jurisdiction. These vast high seas areas support rich biodiversity and play a critical role in maintaining the health of the global ocean. For highly migratory species such as tuna, the high seas form an essential part of their life cycle. These species move across both national waters and the open ocean as they migrate, feed, and reproduce. The health of these ecosystems is therefore closely linked to the sustainability of tuna fisheries. In response to growing global efforts to strengthen ocean governance, countries have adopted the Agreement on Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction, known as the BBNJ Treaty. This landmark agreement establishes a new framework for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. Seychelles has played an active role in this global process, contributing to negotiations and continuing to advance regional engagement on the implementation of the BBNJ Treaty. The implementation of the BBNJ Treaty introduces new tools, including area-based management measures, marine protected areas, and strengthened marine scientific research. These measures have important implications for regions such as the southwestern Indian Ocean, where fisheries and biodiversity are closely interconnected, ensuring that these new approaches are coordinated with existing fisheries. Management frameworks will be essential to support both conservation objectives and the sustainable use of highly migratory species, such as tuna. At the same time, the agreement creates opportunities for increased scientific collaboration, data sharing, capacity development, and technology transfer. For coastal and island states, this presents a pathway to strengthen regional expertise and participate more actively in global ocean governance. As implementation progresses, continued cooperation will be key to shaping a coherent and inclusive approach to managing the high seas. This panel brings together experts in ocean governance, conservation, and international policy to explore the future of biodiversity protection on the high seas. Together, they will discuss how global cooperation can shape a more sustainable ocean.
move to our final panel discussion, moderated by Ms. Ashley Diaz, Principal Program Development Officer for the Department of Blue Economy. I would also like to ask our panelists to join her on stage.
So good afternoon, everyone. I hope you've had a productive day so far. And I know it's been a long day, so please bear with us as we go through this final session for the day. This session will focus on high seas biodiversity and ocean governance, advancing regional engagement in areas beyond national jurisdiction. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Ashley Diaz. I am the Principal Program Development Officer at the Department of Blue Economy, and I will be moderating this panel for this afternoon. With the entry into force of the BBNJ agreement on the 17th January this year, this discussion could not be more timely. The agreement marks a significant step towards strengthening global frameworks for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in ABNJs. Before we move to the panel discussion, I would like to introduce the panelists for today. Allow me to introduce Mary-May Jeremy, Honorable Minister for Environment, Climate, Energy and Natural Resources, Mr. Alain de Comamo, Secretary of State, Fisheries and Blue Economy, Mr. Paul Debrun, Executive Secretary of the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, Mr. Yannick Roukou, Legal Advisor, Seychelles Fisheries Authority, and Ms. Helena Sims, Chief Executive Officer of the Seychelles Conservation and Climate Adaptation Trust. Welcome to our panel, and we are very much looking forward to your insights. So to just set the scene for this afternoon, our discussion today will explore the implementation of the BBNJ agreement and its implication for conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in ABNJs. The effective implementation of this agreement carries important implications for ecosystem protection, scientific cooperation, but also governance coherence in the SOAIO. We will also examine how coastal and island states can engage effectively in implementing the BBNJ Treaty while ensuring alignment with existing fisheries management frameworks and safeguarding the sustainable use of highly migratory species such as tuna. We've heard from the Director General this afternoon that Seychelles has been a champion in implementation of the BBNJ agreement, but we have also heard of some of the challenges that Seychelles is facing in terms of the domestication of this treaty. So without further ado, I will invite each panelist to make a 3 to 4 minute intervention on each of their questions. So you will each be allocated 2 questions, and we will have 2 rounds of questions. And then we will have a final question, which will be a general question, and I will invite whoever from the panel would like to intervene on this one. So my first question will go to the Minister for Environment, Climate, Energy and Natural Resources. So Seychelles has consistently demonstrated strong leadership and commitment in ocean governance, positioning the country as a respected voice on the global stage, particularly in advancing ambitious yet practical approaches to sustainability. So your question, Minister, is, Seychelles was the first country in Africa to ratify the BBNJ agreement. How has the country leveraged this position to demonstrate its leadership?
Thank you, Ashley. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me. I think it's important to establish that Seychelles' leadership in the process started well before the ratification process opened. I think from the time of negotiations, we really positioned ourselves as a country that could lead based on the track record that we had in conservation in general. So based on our conservation approaches within our EZ, I think so it was a no-brainer, therefore, that this was very well respected at the level of the UN and also in the region. And so from the time of the negotiations, we were committed to that process. And because we believed in the importance of the treaty to begin with, but we also saw how it could address a lot of the capacity issues, but also a lot of the general management issues that we know we've had in country for a long time. So this is why the team who were involved in the process really pushed for early ratification. So we were a key player in the AOCs and also in the African group, and therefore we got the necessary support that allowed for us to ratify early. So we were the fourth country globally, but more importantly, the first one in Africa, because we just didn't want to lose that momentum. But being first in Africa helped us to sort of, get continued support, which has attracted, for example, the UNEP Jeff grant, which came as an enabling activity, so it allowed for early support and financials. But I think what really matters is how we can back it up. And I think we have been able to do that. We've not just focused on the theoretical, because the ratification is the easy side. Now we know that we have to do the work to make sure that we're ready come COP. So we are using, of course, our lessons learned, and people are looking at us because we've done large-scale planning with our marine spatial planning. We have sound policies and legislation. We have commitments from our government, and this is what we're using to encourage other countries to ratify. So when we're really speaking on our leadership, it's based on experience, and so therefore regionally we have been able to call on that. And for example, at the level of the Western Indian Ocean region to the Nairobi Convention, there has been a lot of requests for Seychelles to be that driving force, to encourage those other countries to join, and this is how we have been able to leverage this leadership. We have also been sharing a lot about what has worked for us, what has not worked for us, especially around the planning and governance pieces, which everybody's trying to get their minds around in the discussions that we had, for example, last week. And with colleagues in the region, it always comes down to, well, in practice, how are we going to make it all work? And I think that's the space where Seychelles is really pushing to help influence. And at the global level, of course, we're working, for example, with AOCIS and other regions as we finalize what the workings of the treaty is going to be like. And I think that's also where Seychelles is pushing for a voice for SIDS, pushing for how we're going to pay, how we're going to get funds from the treaty, how we're going to implement, how we're going to meet our obligations. So again, in all of those spaces, Seychelles is really fighting, and often in rooms alone, especially at the regional level, whereby we do have a lot of, little specific issues that doesn't necessarily speak to the continent, but speaks to us as islands. We're only 5 islands in Africa, so when we're negotiating as a bloc sometimes, it does get difficult, and in that space alone as well, Seychelles has been very key. And one thing we've been saying is that there's a lot of capacity within the region that exists, for example, through organizations that are already at play, for example, IOTC, and we have to find ways to bring them in and make sure that in the delivery of the treaty, we are not undermining any other efforts and sectors that are already ongoing in our region. I think I'll leave it here for now. Happy to come in with questions later. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Minister. So turning now to our Secretary of State, who has also been closely involved in the negotiations and whose ministry is leading the domestication of the agreement, bringing those global commitments into national implementation. Your question is, what are the immediate steps for domestication of the BBNJ agreement that your ministry is currently undertaking?
Thank you, Ashley, and good afternoon to everyone. I think, like the minister has started to make mention and to reassure everyone, is that from day one, we, as government, we saw the eventual agreement as something that will bring a lot of benefit and opportunities for the country. Even though it was a very long process and very complex, but we, I think very early on, we kind of saw, the benefits it will bring to such a small country like Seychelles. So for us, like DG has presented earlier on, we were very lucky. It's always an advantage of being one of the first because you tend to get some of the first support that will come along. We are very, very lucky to have received, one of the first countries to have received the resources to look at our systems locally, capacity, and laws. Because as you can expect, there will have to be quite a bit of review and alignment of the different laws, relevant laws that's relevant to these different areas that was shown. We have environmental laws, we have maritime related law, as well as fisheries and others. So we have to, aside from the process under that facility, we've agreed that we will start, internally within government, we'll have to start putting in place the informal structure of the capacity that we have. I think we are blessed of being small. So we know the faces, we know, structure in different MDAs and partners nationally. So one of the first thing and top priorities to get everyone together and start reflecting and reviewing, their respective bits, if I can put it this way, so that when the team of consultants also come along, to have this study done by January. In parallel within government, we've already started some of the work. And without forgetting also that whilst this is happening until January, we have the first conference of party that will happen. I think in perfect timing, by the time we finish the assessment in January, you have the conference of party happening in January as well, so that we are ready to be able to contribute, significantly and actively, as the minister has said, from day one. This is the plan moving forward, that we will continue to champion the cause, for conservation as well as sustainable use of these areas. And as you might have heard also from the PrepCom, there's still a lot of remaining issues to be addressed as part of the agreement. And there's still a lot of space for parties and for example, country like Seychelles. But we shouldn't, one message in general that we need to instill in our minds and as we go forward with this is we can't go at this alone, as tiny Seychelles. We will have to be, together with as many partners, the existing structures that's in place, because one of the core clauses under the agreement is to respect, existing mechanism. It's not to go against, mechanisms that's in place, but to work with existing systems and mechanisms so that we have, a better use of the high seas. This is a very simple message. So for us, we want to be ready to start looking at our structures, our mechanisms nationally, but also ideally continue in the preparation leading to the first conference of party so that we can have, hopefully, a presence or part of a grouping as part of the several subsidiary bodies who will be key in the rules and protocols and runnings of the agreement. So for us, it's imperative that, from now onwards, since the ratification, in all the MDAs, the work related to the domestication implementation of the agreement becomes, not an extension. I like to call it an extension, but it's part of our work moving forward now. It's an extra burden, but it should come naturally as part of our responsibilities moving forward, because it is very relevant to our jurisdiction, even though it's beyond at the same time. Thanks.
Thank you very much, SS, for your intervention. And this leads us nicely to our next speaker. And I just want to reiterate some of the key messages that UN Minister has mentioned, is that Seychelles cannot do this alone, and we need our other partners, be it national or international level as well, to be able to implement this treaty that is very new to most of us. So my next question will be addressed to the Executive Secretary of the IOTC. So we know that fisheries and the BBNJ agreement are closely interconnected, particularly in regions like ours, where highly migratory species move seamlessly between national waters and the high seas. Dr. De Boon, I now invite you to bring in the regional fisheries perspective, particularly on how we ensure complementarity rather than conflict between those governance frameworks. So your first question is, how can the BBNJ agreement be implemented without undermining the mandate of the IOTC?
Thank you very much for that question, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here. That's a very good question, but not an easy one to answer, actually. And the reason it's not very easy to answer is I don't think that really anyone has a great idea as to exactly how the collaboration between the so-called IFBs, which is the instruments, frameworks, and bodies, which the RFMOs and the various other treaties and conventions form part of. As the Secretary of State pointed out, there's still a lot to be decided. There's still a lot of uncertainty in terms of the rules of procedure, in terms of reference for this engagement. So it's difficult for us at this stage to know exactly what the BBNJ treaty is expecting from some of those IFBs, and the RFMOs are included. But what is very clear, and what was very clearly mentioned by the member countries during the last two PrepCom meetings, was that they recognized the role that these IFBs have to play in the process. I think there was a perception in the beginning that the high seas was like a lawless area, and the BBNJ was going to come in and solve this lawlessness. And I think through the discussions at the BBNJ process, it became apparent that there are actually organizations that are doing a lot of management on the high seas already, and it doesn't make sense to discard the work that's being done there or try and undermine them or try and work apart from them. It's all part of working towards the same goal. And so there was a lot of agreement by the member parties that the IFB should be formally recognized and that a formal collaboration should be agreed with them, and that is being discussed going forward. And, we have, as an RFMO, a long history of providing governance on the high seas. We provide a lot of the services that are being looked for under the BBNJ agreement, things like we have looked at area-based management tools in the past. We manage stocks on a sustainable level in most cases, which protects and conserves, which is consistent with some of the framework of the BBNJ. And so I think the idea is that the BBNJ are looking more to collaborate with these organizations which have a long history there, to not try and duplicate the work. And it is a very ambitious treaty, and there's a lot of work that needs to be done, and there's going to be help needed. It's not going to be able to be done by one body. Although it's not necessarily a fisheries treaty per se, there are other UN agreements that deal with fisheries, like UNCLOS and the UNFSA. There are aspects of it that are very much related to fisheries. The aims are slightly different because fishery management is normally sustainable utilization, whereas the BBNJ is looking mainly at conservation, so there's a slight difference there as well. But the objectives are very, very similar. And so I think looking forward, it's not a matter so much of worrying about undermining. I think what we're looking at here is collaboration. It's finding a way to work with those organizations. It's making sure that we are engaged early in the discussion so that any proposals or any decisions that are being made don't come as a surprise to the organizations that are already managing assets on the high seas, but that they're engaged in those processes from the very beginning. And again, you know, the RFMOs, the other IFBs, we are the product of our member countries, who are the same countries who are sitting in the BBNJ process. So as long as those countries are talking, they're cohesive in what they're providing at the RFMO level and what they're providing at the BBNJ, I don't think undermining is going to be a big issue because the interests are the same and the parties are the same. So I think it's a great opportunity moving forward for collaboration, and I think that the undermining ultimately will take care of itself when the implementation comes in, because they're going to need help with implementation, and the RFMOs can provide that.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. And I also like to just re-mention the fact that you've mentioned that it is indeed a very ambitious treaty, and it does not aim to undermine existing governance frameworks as well. And this has made it particularly very interesting, or rather challenging, for our legal officers working to finalize not only the negotiation of the treaty until it was entered into force, but also finalizing the different rules of procedures, etc., as negotiations at the PrepCom persists and leading on to the first COP1. So we will move to our next speaker, Mr. Yannick Woku from the Seychelles Fisheries Authority. So we know that the BBNJ Treaty is a legally binding international treaty, and it establishes enforceable rules for conserving marine biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction, but also its sustainable use. So your first question is, how can Seychelles navigate its obligations under the BBNJ agreement alongside existing fisheries governance frameworks, especially where priorities may overlap or diverge?
Thank you, Ashley. Good afternoon, everyone. So to try to answer your question, we need to understand what are the obligations under this new agreement. So there are 4 main thematic areas, which are area-based management tools, including marine protected areas. We have environmental impact assessments, capacity building and transfer of technology. And we also have marine genetic resources. And how those areas interact with fisheries governance in the area in our region will depend on these topics. For instance, Seychelles is party to the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission. To a certain extent, we have the joint management area between Seychelles and Mauritius, SOIUFC, and CIOFA. So if we take, for instance, the obligations under the ABMT, IUTC would be a good starting point. I believe in 2010 or so, there was some sort of seasonal closure off the coast of Somalia. So whilst not necessarily in the ABNJ, but it was a management tool used by a group of member states. So in areas, if this would be established within the high seas or ABNJ, then how do we ensure that its effectiveness aligns to the objectives of the BBNJ agreement? We must consider that they are separate regimes, but the objectives might be similar. So this is one of the issues that we must take into consideration. And another thing is, for instance, EIA. Before a member state or an organization decides to proceed with a planned activity, there is this requirement to or obligation to conduct an EIA. And this activity might have an impact to a neighboring country. And I believe one of the proponents in the PrepCom meetings were the SIDS, whereby socioeconomic implications were taken into consideration or were pushed forward, so that, especially for countries like Seychelles, whereby we depend heavily on our oceans. So, and another thing that we need to take into consideration as well is the possible overlap that might happen while not undermining the existing frameworks, which is a core principle in the agreement. So, yeah. And if I may add as well, during the last PrepCom, one of the decisions that were being finalized to put before the COP was cooperation with IFBs. As the Executive Secretary has mentioned, while it is not really clear how these cooperation mechanisms are going to be further developed, but there was the recognition that IFBs and the BBNJ agreement need to collaborate, need to cooperate and coordinate so that the effectiveness of the agreement and their respective areas are not undermined.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rupu. My next question will be addressed to Ms. Sims. So, Ms. Sims, turning now to implementation tools and financing mechanisms, areas that will be critical in translating ambition into action, and because ultimately the BBNJ agreement cannot be implemented without the right tools, adequate financing, and strong institutional support, your first question is, how can area-based management tools, or ABMTs, be effectively integrated into marine spatial planning?
Thank you, Ashley. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me here. I think one key message that we've heard consistently from all the panel speakers are that integration is key, and that reinventing the wheel is not really the best way forward. Drawing on the Seychelles Marine Spatial Plan's key lessons learned, integration is not about creating parallel systems, but it's about building on those ones that already exist. So first and foremost, in terms of Seychelles, the SMSP is a ready-made platform. We've been planning for over 10 years. The SMSP brings together over 100 spatial data layers and stakeholder processes and governance structures. With ABMTs under the BBNJ agreement, we can embed them in these frameworks by, for example, aligning the objectives with the ones that we have in the SMSP and vice versa, ensuring that the BBNJ conservation and sustainable use goals are reflected also in our national SMSP zoning and priorities, and vice versa. We can be using these existing data systems. For example, Seychelles has already invested heavily in marine and decision support tools, and these can possibly be expanded to include areas beyond national jurisdiction. We can extend our governance arrangements that have already been established. We have multi-sectoral coordination mechanisms that were used in the SMSP, and these can be evolved to engage with regional but also high seas governance. Secondly, the practical bridge would be scale. SMSP is large-scale planning, and while the BBNJ operates in areas beyond national jurisdiction, Integration will therefore require strengthening our regional collaboration efforts and platforms, but also, importantly, in ensuring that ecological connectivity is reflected so that the protected areas that are managed inside our EEZ are also linked to the areas that are being proposed for protection on the high seas. And then finally, critically, integration must be adaptive. Lessons learned from the SMSP is that the design is a living process, and so the same flexibility is essential to be able to incorporate these new global instruments like the BBNJ. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sims, and thank you very much, panelists, for our first round of questions. We will now move on to the second round of questions. Please bear with me. So, Minister, as Seychelles prepares for COP1, while all aspects of the BBNJ agreement is equally important, where should engagement be prioritized?
Okay, I'm going to be very practical with this one. I think we've been having a lot of discussions of late, in particular the past couple of weeks. We've had a couple of workshops, but I think what's critical for us is sort of getting our ducks in a row. Domestication needs to happen, and needs to happen soon. And going into this first COP, we need to know what we want to be pushing, what we're going to be supporting. So those legal aspects, understanding mandates, who's going to be running point, who's going to be driving the legislation, I think these are some of the key things we need to get right from the outset, and some of those assessments that are ongoing for the domestication process will hopefully get us closer in agreeing on what that looks like. Because the conversations at the global level right now is asking us, what kind of secretariat do you want? What kind of structures? Are you going to have the capacity to be represented on those structures? But if we can't answer them for ourselves, we will not be able to take those to the global platform. So I think my approach to this question is one that is very, very practical. We need to sort ourselves out. And I think the preparations at the last meeting, the last PrepCom, showed us that, okay, there's still a lot of things that are pending. We recognize fragmentation. We recognize that we still need to have conversations with IFBs because they're still asking states, what do you want from us? It's the question that's been asked many, many times to myself as well, being in those rooms. Well, what do states want the IFBs to be doing? What is the role? Are we going to be managing? Are we going to be setting up those areas? Are we going to be working with countries? So these practical questions, we are at that stage now where we need to be putting down answers. And really solidifying the position and bringing in different stakeholders in this process. I think we've seen that, for example, on the legal side last week, we need to have those people on board. We also need to have people in a few other sectors, the maritime sector, the security sector, all of them who are playing a role in ocean governance. They have to be there helping Seychelles prepare its positions moving into the final negotiations. We're fighting for those spaces to be at those tables, but we need to be putting out the right messages. So I leave it here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. And this will tie in nicely to the next question that will be addressed to the SS, especially as your ministry will be the one coordinating this very important exercise, but also reiterating what the minister has said, that we need to get all our ducks in a row and we need to know what we want to achieve at the end of the day, especially as we near the first COP1, but also as we need to implement the treaty now that it has entered into force. And with Seychelles being both a blue economy champion, but also an environment champion, how can Seychelles balance its blue economy ambitions with its environmental obligations?
I think, like it's been rightly said, we as a country, we have to see how we can position ourselves, considering our strategic position, in the region, in the wider Southwest Indian Ocean scale of things, but also in the wider Indian Ocean, how we can use, despite our scale and capacity, how we can use our position strategically to benefit the most out of the process. And as the Minister has mentioned, the last couple of weeks, there has been purposefully several processes nationally. We had the launch of the project, which got partners, stakeholders thinking about the way forward for the next 12 months. And we also had a capacity building activity for legal professionals so that they can understand the requirements, the obligations, and the weight of the work ahead. So following these processes, obviously, we will go to government with options in line with how we can position ourselves, but not necessarily on our own, but using the platforms that's already available and considering, discussions with partners. I think the Minister mentioned at the very beginning some of the existing platforms that's available, for example, within the Nairobi Convention. There's also an effort in bringing the different parties together, the parties as a collective, to understand how we move as a region, so that we can benefit the most, and we can also give a clear message to potential partners moving forward. Even though, especially in reference to area-based management tools, we're talking at least a couple of years before we perhaps get certain considerations for these areas, but we have to start the work now and also see how, as a region, we can benefit from whatever the agreement provides. For example, this morning, in reference to ecosystem-based management measures, Dr. Bijou was talking about, how potentially the region can consider certain area-based management tools to benefit the fisheries in the region, like spawning aggregation zones and so on. So we have to agree collectively as a government in terms of what direction we want to go and how we position ourselves leading up to COP1. At the same time, some of the partners are already, engaging or started to engage with the country. And we, as you know, actually, we already in some of these structures already, and we've been asked the questions. So we agree also with our regional groupings, because this is what we've been asked, particularly the Nairobi Convention, in terms of how we align, our national objectives with that of the regional circumstances. So it's very important from now onwards, in the next couple of months, we start putting a direction together to propose to government, and then we can move forward as swift as possible, preparing for the first conference of party in January next year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, SS. And certainly, I know that this is quite a very challenging task for not only the ministry, but also for the stakeholders that we collaborate with. My next question will be addressed to the Executive Secretary of IOTC. So we know that, for example, marine genetic resources, but also capacity building and sharing of technology are two critical components of the BBNJ Treaty. So to your understanding, how can strengthened scientific collaboration under the BBNJ enhance fisheries management?
Thank you very much for the question. Yes, again, we had a whole session this morning which talked about science. And what is very clear when it comes to the implementation of the BBNJ Treaty is that there will be a lot of proposals that come forward for activities that need to be conducted to ensure that the treaty is implemented effectively to achieve its objectives. Now, underpinning all of those proposals, underpinning all of those activities will be the science that justifies it and gives us the framework and the advice as to how those things can best be implemented to achieve their maximum utility. Now, based on that, you have to look at the mandate of some of the IFBs that are involved in the BBNJ process or who will be collaborating. And to take, for example, the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission, it's very clear when you look at our mandate that we are the sole body responsible for managing tuna and tuna-like species in the Indian Ocean. So we conduct a lot of science on those species for which we have competency. And we don't necessarily have a lot of mandate or ability to deal with some of the other species that interact with them or the ecosystems in which they're found necessarily. So we do have a working party on ecosystems in bycatch. We do de facto take over the responsible management of, for example, sharks, seabirds, sea turtles, cetaceans that do occur in the area and that are impacted on by tuna fishing. But you're looking at a very small component of an ecosystem as a whole. And that is a problem because we only have so much responsibility that we can take over and so much science that our scientists have expertise on. They are, generally speaking, they're stock assessment scientists, they're tuna biologists. They're looking at a certain component of an ecosystem. But the BBNJ goes a lot further than that. The BBNJ is looking at protecting biodiversity as a whole beyond national jurisdictions. And we simply don't have the expertise to do that. But if you have a framework like the BBNJ, which has now come into place, where you're bringing together all of these different IFBs, member countries, experts that are coming together for these scientific panels who will be evaluating different proposals, you now have a broad range of expertise who are looking at all the different pieces of the puzzle. So we have one piece of the puzzle. CEOFA might have a different piece of the puzzle. The Seychelles, based on the studies that they're doing, and their national scientists might have other pieces of the puzzle. And so you put all this together, and you can really then start to get a holistic view of what the ecosystem looks like. From that, you can then conduct science on an ecosystem as a whole, and you can start to get proposals and management measures which take care of an ecosystem rather than of a sector of the ecosystem. And I think that that's fundamental going forward. It's going to achieve the objectives of BBNJ. It covers gaps that we have in our science. It covers gaps that other RFMOs or other bodies will have in their science. And I think you're producing a product which we really have an opportunity to allow for conservation and sustainability on a much broader scale through this collaboration.
Thank you very much, Executive Secretary. And indeed, science is very important, and this is why IFBs, RFMOs, and all of those regional bodies have been heavily consulted throughout the negotiation processes of the BBNJ agreement, and their voices are as equally important as that of state parties. And my next question, going back to the legal aspect of the BBNJ treaty, my question will be addressed to Mr. Wuku. So from a legal standpoint, what are some of the key challenges Seychelles may face in implementing the BBNJ agreement? So we've heard a bit from the Minister and the SS, but we'd also like to hear from someone that has been part of two PrepComs and also part of the core team leading on these aspects.
Thank you, Ashley. One of the challenges would be the legislative overlap at the national level. So BBNJ, in essence, is cross-sectoral, but nationally, legislation tends to be a bit more specific. For instance, fisheries is under the Ministerial Fisheries, implemented through SFA. If you take EIA, for instance, would be under the Ministerial of Environment, technology transfer, and would be under the agency or department responsible for research. MGR is shared between environment and SFA. So one of the first thing is to basically analyze where these obligations lie. So once you've established this, then you can figure out how you're going to basically try to implement these obligations. And another thing is some of the obligations still remain a bit broad and unclear. I think the Executive Secretary mentioned it earlier on. These obligations are going to be further developed by the subsidiary bodies. So the challenge for a member state is, do you legislate now, or do you wait for the rules or the frameworks to be further developed? So this is one thing that we need to consider. And once you've passed this stage, then who's responsible for it? Because I mentioned earlier, it's a bit cross-sectoral. So you do have this challenge. And I believe we do have a new agency now for Seychelles Marine Spatial Planning. Maybe this could be an approach we take. We need a coordinating agency, and then depending on the obligation, it goes down to another agency. Another challenge could be enforcement as well, like how are we going to enforce these obligations? For instance, fisheries, it might be a bit clearer. SFA through its licensing conditions or through its laws, but then when you go over to other obligations like EIA, how do you legislate extraterritorial? And we've mentioned earlier is the interaction with existing frameworks. But one of the core principles that has been highlighted and pressed on during the various PrepCom is that they need to not undermine existing frameworks. But I believe now, last year we had a recommendation which was approved on the IOTC for this sort of coordination with the BBNJ agreement. And this year, there is a proposal for this to be elevated to a resolution. So this is yet to be seen at the next commission meeting of the IOTC. And another challenge which is faced by many small island developing states is the issue of capacity. And I suppose your assessment, which will kick off in June, will take this into consideration. We need to stocktake what we currently have, capacity in terms of expertise. And if we don't have capacity, how do we basically move on from there? And the resources, because you need resources to implement obligations. And the burden, unfortunately, which comes with all of these international obligations. If we take for fisheries, we have reporting obligations under IOTC, COFA, and various other international instruments. Then you need to add on to a new instrument. How are we going to factor this in? So these are all things that we need to take into consideration, and we need to think carefully about it so that what else? And I think Helena also mentioned earlier on that rather than creating new frameworks to implement these obligations, maybe we use existing frameworks so that we integrate it so that we can share a bit of the existing experience, the existing resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yannick. So our last question for this round will be addressed to Ms. Sims. So we've heard about the implementation part of the BBNJ treaty that is going to require a whole of society and a whole of government, a whole of involving a lot of the partners that we work with. So your question is, how can institutions like SECAT assist with or the overall implementation of the BBNJ treaty, especially when we talk about financing of these types of implementation.
Thank you. Thank you, Ashley. Institutions like SECAT can have a unique catalytic role at an interface of policy, science, and financing. When we think of the scientific perspective, through SECAT, funds can be applied, for example, to projects that inform ABNT design, for example, especially on data-poor offshore areas. Seychelles itself is more than 90% deep water already. So looking at that research to support ABNT design in areas beyond national jurisdiction, also providing support to looking at monitoring of these areas, adaptive management, and leaning on the lessons learned that we have accumulated for over a decade and sharing those in the region. SECAT plays a key role in sharing lessons learned, not only nationally, but regionally and internationally on different platforms, be it on financing, but also on the marine spatial planning process in collaboration with the lead ministries. From a financing perspective, you have the obvious that it can finance grants that support the research, but more interestingly maybe is that SECAT can be de-risking implementation by funding early stage pilots or providing grant financing that is more flexible and responsive. And this is often missing in larger multilateral funding systems. And perhaps most importantly also is institutions like SECAT can help ensure that small island developing states are not just recipients of global frameworks, but also implementers with agency, and they're backed by their own financing and scientific priorities. And then lastly, interestingly, from the meetings that I've been attending in the past 2 weeks, but also pivoting from the burden angle from previous speaker, is comments that I've been hearing in that BBNJ can also reinforce the national systems. So looking at it in a different direction by channeling funds through institutions such as SECAT, where we can strengthen domestic financing as well to ensure there's long-term sustainability and align global resources with also our national priorities. And I think this will be key to ensure that SIDS implement with real ownership. Thanks.
Thank you very much, CEO. So our general question, I will address this one to the Minister and the SS. So the question is, what should SWAIO states prioritize over the next 2 to 3 years to ensure effective and coordinated implementation of the BBNJ agreement? So if you can just, the top 2 priorities that you think would be very useful for the region.
I think the answer is in your question, where you mentioned coordinate. It's about coordination at the regional level. This morning, Ambassador mentioned about upcoming facility through the different mechanisms regionally, including the COI, to facilitate capacity building in terms of ocean governance. And within the UNEP regional seas, also the Nairobi Convention, also potentially there would be more resources coming. So it's about again as a regional bloc, as a regional entity, if I may call it, is to coordinate between ourselves, different countries in the immediate region, to be ready, whenever these resources and support comes, to be able to fill in the gaps, like some of those that Yannick has mentioned, and also Helena in reference to financing potential mechanism for support in financing efforts nationally. So we need to have like early dialogue amongst ourselves within the structures regionally. For example, the NIU Convention, there was a decision way back in 2018, even, in reference to how the convention moves the issue related to the treatment, the treaty, in reference to areas beyond national jurisdiction. And we have a COP coming end of the year. So we have to coordinate between ourselves and also early on put the subject of domestication and preparedness at the regional level in reference to the treaty's implementation on the agenda, at the IATC, at the SOIFC, and other groupings, so that it becomes a top priority for us, the parties. So we have to, Seychelles will always be called upon as a champion or leader, whatever you may call it. There will have to be, countries like us that would hold the hands of the others, so that we can make progress regionally. So I think this is in the immediate. We have to start the discussions very early on at the regional level, so that we are ready as a region to be able to start preparing, nationally, so that we can better contribute as a region to whatever, obligations, whatever will come our way, especially through the clearinghouse mechanism eventually. A lot of decisions will have to be based on data and information and research and science. So we have to see how we can gather and have as much of that, nationally, but also even more stronger regionally, so that we can make, better informed decision whenever the time comes, to be able to consider certain decisions at the COPs, whatever comes on the CHN, whether it's EIA or access to genetic resources and so on. So I think that's in the coming months. I think this is the engagement we need to have. I think it's a good start what we're doing here in Seychelles. It's getting people to start thinking and putting their minds, on the requirements and the work ahead. But now we have to, in the coming months, go regionally. And I think the organizations have given a clear indication that they are ready, to start the discussions or the reflections on those. Thanks.
I think in the interest of time, we'll just leave it there. But I think coordination is key, science is key. Data hubs are going to be key in supporting implementation. So these will come, and potentially also reviewing the mandates of some of the entities. For example, even if Nairobi Convention wanted to play a more active role, there may be scope to enlarge its own existing mandates to allow for it to cover some of the new things. So there's a bit of thinking that has to happen in that space as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much to all our panelists. So we will give the members of the audience a chance to ask any questions that you may have. I see that we have certain youths at the back as well, so please ask some questions. This is your chance to learn more about the agreement, so don't be shy. So I see that we see a question from Dr. Ibrahim.
Thank you very much. I've been having a burning question with regards to the industrial fleet and the BBNJ and IOTC, and I just realized now that we have the perfect panel possibly to give an answer to this question. I've written it down so I don't miss anything. All right. So the BBNJ high seas MPAs will possibly displace industrial fleets. But neither BBNJ or the IOTC control where that displacement may occur, spatially. So for small island states like Seychelles, have we possibly shot ourselves in the foot by attracting distant water fleets into our waters by protecting beyond national jurisdiction, if that makes sense? And should an MPA designation be legally contingent of this issue, binding spatial effort controls in adjacent waters? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim. So anyone from the panel wants to take a go at this question, at these two questions, actually?
Okay, I'll take a bash at that. I'm not sure I can answer it completely, but I think the key word there is you said possibly. There's a lot that still needs to be decided, and no measure will go into place without it being thoroughly evaluated both by the BBNJ but also through IOTC, because, again, as the competent authority for tuna fishing, we would have a say, or we would be consulted about any management measure that's coming through. And our members might not be in agreement with a particular area-based management tool that might negatively affect certain components of our members' fleets, in which case they wouldn't agree to it. That message would be passed back, and based on the whole undermining principle, there's a chance that there'd have to be further discussion on how that management would be put into place. When you say that the IOTC and the BBNJ don't have control over the displacement or of the fleet, you're correct. What the IOTC could do and adopt as a management measure amongst the members is that a certain area in the high seas would be a no-take zone for a certain time of the year, for example. Where the fleet goes during that time, that's something we couldn't control. You can't tell the fleet where they must move to. What could happen, though, and what could be an alternative would be a temporal closure rather than a spatial closure, where you say all fleets can't operate for the month of March, for example. And then you are controlling the displacement, because the displacement is to stay in port, basically. So there's a couple of issues there. But again, I think the important thing there is that there would have to be a consultation that would take place. And your word possibly is very important there, because there would be a lot of feedback to that, and what the benefit of that kind of a management measure would be, because the science has to back it up. It's very clear under the BBNJ agreement that these have to be discussed at a scientific level, and we've looked at this at IOTC before, and the science is very difficult to prove for a particular fleet component. Now, if they're talking about preventing bottom trawling or deep sea drilling, that's something a bit different. We wouldn't have a say on that, because that's not our responsibility. But if it came down to just fishing for surface fleets, the BBNJ couldn't really dictate something to the IOTC simply because that relates to the whole undermining thing, and we would have due consideration for all the fleets involved. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thanks, Ami. I really wanted to hear from your side on this, because in the development of the section related to this, this is why we created a tiered approach in terms of the process for how states would be able to put in place high seas MPAs. So in instances where there would be no RFMOs, no IFBs, then the COP would have the mandate to come in and put in those measures. However, where any of those IFBs are in existence, then we would go to the other decision-making approach, which would be through consultation. And here the IFB would invoke the principle of not undermining, and they would be able to provide feedback. And in that case, if there's no agreement, then the measures will likely differ to their original design, and it would have to go back to the science and technical body and design a measure that is likely going to work. And a critical part of this consultation is also going to be to the adjacent coastal states, so that therefore, when we're looking at displacement, for example, we're not having a situation where a measure is going to be placed in the high seas and indirectly affect the country that's bordering that. So in instances where there's no agreement, the COP would not have the power to come and impose said measure, because it will have to be done through international cooperation and coordination, which is a key principle enshrined in the treaty. So it's all going to be quite iterative, the process, which would make it quite complicated, and hence some of those earlier teaching questions really have to be thought out very well, and even in the scenario planning for ourselves to think of all of the potential things that we would have to address as we go along.
Thank you very much, Minister and Executive Secretary. We can take one question from the back. This is the final question from this session. Thank you.
So good afternoon. I have a question. As a young Seychellois, sometimes it feels like ocean issues are discussed mostly by experts. So how can youth voices become more involved in decision making?
Thank you very much. I really like the question. So does anyone from the panel wish to answer this one?
Well, it's to ensure that the process is as inclusive as possible whenever we discuss these issues, such as, today, the Fisheries Department has ensured that we have representation from the young people. And historically also, it's something that we are quite proud. When I say we, it's in government, over the last couple of decades, we've, as much as possible whenever the means allows, we've always tried to ensure that we have youth, representation and contribution, not only locally, but also internationally, where we've had young people either representing associations, NGOs, or individually, from schools or other groupings, having input into this. And certainly, moving forward with this agreement, it took, over 11 years, right? I won't say how old were you when it started, obviously. But moving forward also, it will take quite a while until we get all these mechanisms rolling, and we'll start seeing movement in terms of benefits coming to Seychelles. So certainly moving forward, definitely the young people will have a say. There's no doubt about that, because you are the future, and we were talking about capacity. And in our reflections moving forward, one of the things which we've agreed on is that we have to keep on building, pool of human capacity, for Seychelles, for technical people or people that are involved in ocean issues. And hopefully, we can have quite a few of your generation, in the pipeline coming, so that you can take over and continue with the implementation of the agreement as we move forward. So we'll commit, to ensuring as much as possible to ensure you are in the room whenever we have processes like this, especially when you're deciding, in a much longer term, in terms of how the country benefits the future generation and so on.
Thank you very much, everyone. So thank you very much to all our panelists and the audience for your attention and for asking your questions. Thank you.
Thank you again to all our speakers and panelists for an excellent and thought-provoking sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of today's conference, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Sherifa Morel, Director General for the Fisheries Department, to deliver the closing remarks.
Honorable Minister, distinguished delegates, esteemed partners, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring the Seychelles Tuna Conference 2026 to a close, I wish to express my sincere appreciation for your presence, your engagement, and the depth of insight shared throughout today's discussion. What has emerged from this conference is both clear and compelling. Tuna is not simply a resource. It is a strategic asset, it is a source of livelihood, and it is a shared responsibility. Its future will be shaped not by any single actor, but by the collective choices we make together. Across science, we have seen that progress is real, but it is also uncertain. This reinforces the need for management that is adaptive, precautionary, and grounded in credible data. Across governance, we have recognized that while frameworks exist, their effectiveness depends on coherence, transparency, and trust. From an economic and industry perspective, the message is equally clear. The future of the sector lies not in access alone, but in value creation, competitiveness, and inclusion. In looking ahead into ocean governance beyond national jurisdiction, it is evident that decisions we take today will shape not only biodiversity outcomes, but also equity and opportunity for our region. Taken all together, these discussions point us to a simple but critical conclusion. The challenge before us is no longer one of knowledge. It is one of alignment and implementation. Alignment between science and policy, alignment between national priorities and regional cooperation, and alignment between sustainability and economic opportunity. Because ultimately, the success will not be measured by the frameworks we design, but by the outcomes we deliver. Before I conclude, I would like to extend our appreciation to those whose support made this conference possible. In particular, I wish to acknowledge the support of the European Union through the Sectoral Support Fund, funded under the EU SFPA, for their continued commitment to sustainable development of our sector. I also extend my sincere appreciation to the Seychelles Fisheries Authority and to the Thai Union Group through its subsidiary IoT for their valued support. Allow me as well to recognize all our collaborators and partners, regional and international organizations, industry stakeholders, and institutions whose contribution, both technically and logistically, have been instrumental in the delivery of this conference. Your partnership and engagement are deeply appreciated. My thanks goes to our MC for guiding us seamlessly throughout the program, our moderators for steering rich and insightful discussions, and to our presenters and panelists for sharing their expertise and perspectives so generously. I also wish to thank all participants who joined us here today, as well as those who followed the conference online. Your presence, engagement, and contributions have been essential in making this conference both meaningful and impactful. Before I conclude, I would like to recognize the team behind the conference. So now I would like to invite all the members of the organizing team to kindly stand. Colleagues, the success of this conference is the result of sustained efforts over months, careful planning, coordination, and a consistent commitment to delivering at the highest standard. Such outcomes are rarely visible in their entirety, yet they are built through diligence, professionalism, and a strong sense of responsibility to the task at hand. Today's conference stands as a clear reflection of those qualities. On behalf of the Ministry, and in my own capacity, I convey my sincere appreciation for your dedication and for the standard of work you have collectively delivered. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our discussion today have reaffirmed the core of this conference that securing the future of tuna in the Swallow depends on sustainability, value creation, and responsible ocean stewardship. These are not separate priorities. They must move together. The ocean has given us the resource. What defines us now is how we choose to govern it, value it, and share its benefits. I thank you.
Thank you, DG, for those inspiring closing remarks. As we wrap up, we kindly ask all the participants to take a few minutes to complete the post-conference survey displayed on the screen, as your feedback is very important to us. Thank you.